time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be a soldier.
Hello, PUBG fans, and welcome to PUBG Americas Series number 5. I'm Matcham, joined by Cameron Davis and Godspeed. We'll be running you through the action. These guys in-game. Me, I'm going to get chilling, hanging out with you guys in chat, following everything that's going to be going on. Cam, how was the break?
Dude, break's been great. Life's been lifing, but no one really needs to care about that. The fact is that we are back for another exciting year of America's PUBG, and this is probably we'll get into it further when we look at the teams, but this is probably one of the biggest shakeups we've seen in the past couple of years, certainly since the beginning of the PGS era. So this region, I think, it's the beginning, so I don't want to say too much. Like, we can only speculate at this point, but a lot has changed.
We will get to all of the details in just 1 second. Godspeed, how's your life lifing?
Life is, it's going along, but for me, what's crazy is that, we'll get into the teams and the roster shakeups and everything else, but it's been 8 years. We've been doing this now for PUBG it's the 8th anniversary, which blows my mind that this thing's been going on for 8 years. It's constantly evolving. We have new players coming in, so I'm just excited to get yet another year kicked off.
Well, let's start jumping into all the details and starting off with things like format and how everything is going to be working going through these different stages. That way you guys can be all a part of this. If you're a big fan of PUBG Esports and you know how it's all kind of come together, you should be very familiar with the format, the points, the systems, and how it all intersects. So I wouldn't be too worried about this. There's nothing new, anything crazy that's going to be just jumping out at you in any fashion. So with this, outside, we've got a couple of announcements with teams and things like that have happened. So I know we're going to be jumping into those in just one moment, but the most notable one, we'll go ahead and throw it over to you, Cam, at the start of this, is they're not playing today, but we finally found out who Team Liquid is. And it's surprising, right? Nobody knew. Nobody knew
this. Yeah. One of the biggest teams in the region were not seen playing in the opens. So no one could have put 2 and 2 together. But I think you're referencing Team Liquid, picked up SDK. That's not the only change. We've actually seen a number of prominent, maybe less prominent, but interesting orgs come into the space. We have a new set of regional partner teams. And so there's also the first off, if you have taken a break from previous broadcasts, even PGC or whatever, Sonics, no longer Sonics, they're Falcons now. Old Falcons, they've basically, I don't want to say blown up, but they've split up. They've gone to the winds. But there it is. Here is the format for the whole event. We will go to the teams back again in a little bit. Here it is, though. It's the triple weekend format that we're so used to. Group stage, top 8 go to finals, bottom 16 last chance. Top 8 are there, go to finals, and then grand finals, top 16, top go to PGS. Same old, same old.
Yep, pretty much just aiming for top 8. But let's be honest, it's also kind of the start to this whole thing. So everybody's wanting to come in with like good vibes, good momentum. So how are they going to accumulate all of that moving forward? Well, let's take a quick look at placement points and how all of this is going to be generated. Super system, you guys should be pretty familiar with at this point. It's nothing too terribly crazy. It's just the basics coming in whenever you step up and get 10 points for coming into first, and then kind of progresses down from there depending on the placements as well as kills.
Yeah, and when we talk about kills, some of these teams are going to frag more than others. You know what I'm saying? Some of these teams are going to frag more than others. But the other important thing when we talk about this format is obviously looking ahead, and that's the fact that, again, these teams will be advancing to the next 2 PGSs, right? This is not a qualification for 1. This is for PGS 7 and 8. So, again, it is imperative that these teams get in, have good early starts, and qualify for, again, the next 2 majors of PUBG.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beginning of the year. Everything is going to be hinging specifically off of a lot of the PAS placement, how you're going to be maneuvering through there. There's also going to be an overall prize pool that we're going to be looking at. So yes, while the end of the year is going to be spectacular and something we should be keeping an eye on, we got to pay bills, man. You got stuff that you got to do. You're playing for money. These are professional players, and they are aiming for as much as they can possibly take away on this table. So at the start of this, we're going to have $12,000 up on top and 200 PGC points, then 7,500 and 120 points after that. Going to be diminishing all the way down for at least managing to make it into the top 16. Is going to be able to walk away with $600 and a 5 overall points. Big difference as far as total cash points and as well as PGC points are Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is a big difference, but the PGC points are really what these teams are competing for, right? We say year after year. Yes, the money is nice, $12,000 first, $7,500 second, but those PGC points are really what all these players want to do. That's compete at the World Finals at the end of the year. So money is made. There is money to be made, but the PGC points are really what a lot of these teams are after.
Okay, well then let's take a quick look at how everything's going to be kind of working through PGC points overall, how the group stages are going to be developing, what teams that we're going to be looking at. We've got a ton of stuff that we're going to be walking through kind of prep you guys as best as we can. The team selections are going to be kind of interesting looking out and moving through all of this, as the way that it is kind of all developed out and with the way that the systems are going to be in place. We've got a lot of known commodities, but those known commodities are kind of not what you're expecting anymore, as we've got some mix-ups. I mean, how are Sonics going to live, Cam? Sonics fans for the longest time had this hatred of the Falcons, and now they are the Falcons.
They had a hatred of anyone that old Falcons roster played under. So now it's going to be even more difficult for them because they've split up. We have Luminosity Gaming with Snakers. Then they also have to worry about Al Qadisiyah, which has Rello and Roth. And then you have Flood going all the way back to Apex. So the hate from the fans of Falcons, they got to be able to diversify that pretty effectively in order to hit all these beats.
Can they do it? Can they diversify that deeply?
You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I feel like that's what we're dealing with here with Falcons. I mean, again, great org, great players. Yeah, it's going to be the team that we remember, that core roster. I'm sure will do fine. But even looking at some of these other rosters, right? You mentioned it yourself, LG. Liquid isn't playing today. We'll talk about them a little bit. But LG now that has the roster of Vox, Snakers, Richie B, Gats, right? Al Qadisiyah, which is Cowboy, DIY, formerly known as Monster, Rello, Roth. There is some really interesting shakeups because, again, we've seen some rosters together for so long, and now we get to see them finally split and see what they can do with a fresh head of players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of small details that we're going to be looking at. You were mentioning it before coming into this when you guys were both talking about squads like Empire, God Squad, a lot of different factions that we're going to be looking at.
Duel?
Duel is back, but they're back tomorrow.
I know. It's just, man, there's some teams that I really want to plow into now, but yeah. I mean, there's a lot of returning faces, and there's a lot of new faces as well, not only just from North America, but South America as well.
And yeah, that's going to be one of the bigger factors that we're going to be looking at is the overall growth for the region as a whole for Americas, because there's going to be a lot that we're going to be dissecting into. We are going to be running through our normal map pools, no big surprises coming out. It's going to be Miramar at the start. For 2, then we're going to Tego, Rondo, and then 2 Erangels to finish this out. But Godspeed, you were talking about the importance of growth entirely throughout the region. Whenever you're looking down at the Latin American teams, what's kind of jumping out at you with what's going to be going on, with what's going on over there?
Well, for me, I mean, obviously working in silence was a big talking point last year, right? When they kind of came in, they were able to accomplish some fairly impressive things for a team that had so much experience. RBN now is playing for that squad. I mean, we've seen Wuju2 as well before. You have Fakes in Fauna, LFP1, Sneak Attack actually now kind of swapping regions. But there's a lot of talent on the South American team. I mean, obviously we saw the rise of Gizera, so I'm hoping we see something similar to that, where we see some of these players who are unknown start to really make a name for themselves, especially in the South American region.
And that is going to be, there's a lot that we're looking at whenever we're looking at what's going on in South America, Cam, specifically with the amount of newer teams. We've got a couple of squads that are just entirely new coming out here, but a couple of the old favorites. Do you think that we've got things like Sortito that are going to be coming through, Firefly, some Cremizo, that there's a lot of things that are going to be going on, but also have some categories for teams and players that we have seen before, just slightly rebranded. So standing out in this for the squads that are kind of be like, coming out of Latin America, do you think that they're going to be able to step in very quickly, or do you feel like we've already started to see too much talent start to run away just with the core talent that we've already got coming out of Latin America?
Well, the weird thing about Latin America, and this was true from the beginning, is that they were always very unreliable. Like Legacy was the team in the very beginning that we thought was going to basically own that sub-region of the Americas region. That wasn't necessarily the case. But then you had Luna Galaxy, who were kind of going head-to-head for that crown, and they would be really good at times, but also very unreliable at other times. And so I'm looking actually ahead at more other teams like Toyo, Esports, who was a team that I was really enjoying working in silence. You already mentioned Wuju2, I think, has a really strong potential as well. But again, the emphasis in this statement is that it is all potential. These are players that we have seen be scattered around and mix and match all the time. It's about finding that one core 2 or 3 different teams that will stick together and actually be able to deliver consistently at a high level. Maybe the constant swapping is a problem with that, because again, you compare that to SDK and Liquid and Falcons, where that's the same core roster, very few changes, if any at all, over years, and like they're at the top. So surely there's a correlation there.
Look, guys, There's been a lot of changes. We're going to say a name wrong here or there. Most notably, whenever we're looking at things like Alcacia, I mean, we're going to try our hardest. We might mess that one up here or there, but we will make sure to try to tackle the most that we can. This is a squad that is going to be playing today inside of this group, and I'm really excited to see how it's going to be stacking up whenever we've got really Rello and Roth coming back in together. We've got Cowboy on that squad, and then we've got Fadeaway now coming out as DIYY. This is going to have a lot of firepower coming in behind it, and probably one of the squads that if you weren't coming into this, if you just have no idea what's going to be happening, I would say to keep an eye on today.
Yeah, and something else just to add on to that as well, Matt, is how many times have we seen a roster come into, these New Year events and just really have a honeymoon phase, right? They do really well at the start, and they're able to string some things together, but then we see that slowly start to taper off as we head into game here. And so I'm curious again, are we going to see that with some of these teams? You know, it's a fresh faces, fresh start, everyone's hyped, they want to work together. The team dynamic is like, all right, we all have a common goal. And in the beginning, generally it does work, but I want to see who is actually going to be able to maintain that level of consistency throughout the year and not just the first event of the year.
You guys take it away. We've got game number 1 up in the air. And with this, Cameron, Godspeed. Run away with it.
Thank you, brother. Yes, it is the first game of the year, technically, as far as broadcast goes. So, Cam, let's kick this little bad boy off.
Yeah, we're actually starting very, very quickly with a hot drop between 55 and Luminosity. This is Miramar, so seeing a hot drop at Power Grid is not a surprise at all. But I wouldn't have expected these two teams to go at it so immediately.
Yeah, I mean, but it is the first drop it's the first game, right? If you're going to test anything, if you really want to just try to see where you're at, or if you want to get aggressive and set the tone, I don't mind this. Again, I have always been a very anti-advocate for hot dropping, but in a situation like this, it's not the worst. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with this.
Listen, you say that, but there is a distinct game from 2019 that I remember that does say otherwise, but it has been a while.
Okay.
So, oh my God, wait a second, hold that thought. No need to respond, no need to respond. We have some shots coming out from Baki onto Snakers, both players going for the flank.
Yeah, Snaker's caught in a somewhat precarious position here. He's stuck on his left. You see his teammate trying to provide some sort of cover, but Baki has just the most open angles on Snakers, and if they can lock him down, they can potentially lock down Vox, who's also trying to support that nade. It's not going to do damage, but Snakers, again, no heals. This is a very early looting phase fight.
Really good cover by the teammate. 4x on a MK is a really powerful weapon to have here, but another rush coming down. Everyone's rotating counterclockwise from Luminosity, trying to lock down this lane. Bizzler's running back, though, to make sure that they can anchor that left position. No one on 55 is really going aggressive. There are so many open spots in Power Grid that it does make it difficult to go on full-on pushes if you're not trying to sneak through. And I'm going to be looking at Fakesin, or Fake Uwu, as he is they're called in this
Fake
game.
Uwu, yeah.
Make a note there. But Splash comes in, the push comes down, and we do see circle number 1 pulled pretty far away from this position, so that's only going to up the momentum on this fight even further.
Yeah, they don't have to go too far, but they do need to conclude this fight as quickly as possible. As you see, I actually like the way the 55 has been playing this, right? They've set up a perimeter. They basically cut off all the rotations towards the west side of Power Grid, and they're slowly starting to close in on LG. But LG, to their credit, also have managed to actually pick up multiple angles that they can hold this from and set their own trap. So it's really going to be about who's going to execute this better. Is 55 going to get ahead of themselves, or will they find the first knock? And as you can see, LG doesn't have a lot to work with, and I'm sure 55 probably is in the same boat, Cam.
Yeah. This Tommy gun, it can do damage at close range, especially if Vox gets the jump on them. That molly goes out. I don't think it really lands. Yeah, no, Vox is still holding that position. More utility. They really got to go on this push. They want to take Luminosity out.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the map, we do have a redeploy already starting early. So teams trying to get into the circle. Again, this is centered around Leonis. Gats looking for the angles. It looks like they have a knock. Okay, so it looks like Luminosity struck first blood. They should be able to get that res, but again, the longer this fight goes on, the worse it is for both teams, especially if you have third-party situations where teams are going to hear this fight and try to capitalize.
That's a great angle, but I think the timing of the crouch, uncrouch, the prone, unprone hurt them. with the M249. Angle with the AK, but Snakers is faster with the Scar, and then Fox comes swinging around the opposite side. Luminosity have a major advantage in this fight now that it is finally broken out. It's all onto Fake with the M249, but there is another squad trolling in from the north.
Yeah, like I said, the longer the fight goes on, it's like dinner bells ringing for all the teams around, and so the rotations are coming in, but it looks like LG already cleaning up, and yeah, it's going to be Fake Uwu to just get out of there. 55 will be the first ones to take casualties, but maybe he can salvage this as a solo, but nice job on LG's part to recognize that they were getting pinched, spread out a little more, find those angles that are going to be more beneficial, and yeah, really take care of this this hot drop early. But Goon, as you said, they're knocking on the door.
Yeah. Bunt taking point there, at least on the east side. They are just rushing it down. They were able to use the cover of the so luckily timed Sandstorm to get close in, but it looks like Luminosity aren't going to be falling too much prey to that. They're still hiding out in these warehouses. There are some vehicles coming around the east, but oh, Luminosity, they are looking for the last player. I'm still not sure if they are aware of Goon or not. That's the big question that I have.
Yeah, I'm not sure they spotted them. I mean, they know that 55 has one member left, and they're looking for him. So what I think is going to happen here is they'll probably end up finding out that there is another squad here. Goon, try to back off. Because, again, this is, you know, they did win the hot drop, but this is the issue when you do hot drop is they don't have vehicles. Potentially their gear is very much hurting. Utility, barely any meds. You don't see any first aids on Bizzler. So, yeah, this is the price of a hot drop, whether you win or lose sometimes. And yeah. Now they also have, you know, a whole nother team potentially trying to hold them out here.
But hey, upside, if they win the fight, even if it's only 2 or 3 of them, then that's even more points. But however, we can see it now. Bunt, Simply Matt, they are taking those vehicles away. That's going to make rotations incredibly difficult for Luminosity. They have 3 that they were able to take from Power Grid. I don't know if they entered with any of their own, and I don't think there are going to be any more for Luminosity or even Fake to take. So thankfully, Circle 1 isn't all that far, but that open cross through Picado on foot is going to be incredibly difficult. There's not that many threats around that area. It's just, looking ahead, Luminosity, it's going to be difficult for them to find many opportunities for points, and I think they're going to have to hope for a really, really lucky Phase 2 and Phase 3 shift up towards their position, likely towards the north.
Yeah, worst case, I mean, they just go to San Martin, right? Look for vehicles there. There's plenty of spawns. But yeah, crossing any of that terrain currently, especially if it shifts south on foot, is obviously just not it. So they're going to start heading down these dirt roads, looking for vehicle spawns. Meanwhile, Goon is starting to rotate in. And now we are moving on over to a fight that's actually happening in the circle here, as some shots are being taken over towards Haven and Kraken side.
Yeah.
El Proyecto.
Yeah, El Proyecto, they got Gizera on it, so already just by that name alone is a team to look at with some good talent there. But rotating through Chumacera, we saw them rotate past Power Grid a couple of moments ago. They run into Working in Silence, but they're going to stall that one out. This is the early game of Miramar, so I don't expect too much more action to be happening. Certainly not until Phase 1 is fully closed. But Rello, a nice little angle overlooking dots, could find a quick little knock. I would be shocked if he had an opportunity to finish the kill. But hey, tires, listen, we love taking tires. If you can't get a knock, if you can't get a kill, tires are the next best thing.
Well, especially in a circle like this, depending on where it shifts, right? Like, there's a lot of open space here to the southwest, so if you are left without a vehicle, it's just miserable days for those rotations. But yeah. As you said, Alcancia is doing what they do as far as what we've seen Rello, right? They have a nice split. They have a lot of control. Again, Roth as well, when he used to IGL, loved to split his team up, take as much space as possible, control it. That way, when it comes time for rotations or it comes time for consolidation, they're ready to go. So now moving over to Working in Silence. Again, a team that impressed me greatly in the few events that we did see them in last year, and they're back. And better than ever, they even have RBN on that squad.
Right. Shots coming out from Souls. Can't land, but at that range, we're not going to hold that against them. And some good covering fire as well from the other teammates of El Protecto up on the top hill. They're just trying to make their way down from Chumacera. It's a nice position, but it is so close towards the edge. The chances of it remaining a decent position, even like an okay position, much later into the game is very, very low. But Stilson, he's actually getting pushed. Sorry, the colors are so similar. I thought it was the same team. No, Stilson's getting pushed by Gooners. They are constantly looking for fights. They haven't found any victims yet, but they're gonna, golly, they're gonna keep looking.
Yeah, Silson putting himself in a very interesting situation. Again, I don't blame you at all for confusing the greens, the shades. It's happened before. It'll happen again. Made that mistake many times, Cameron, but we're not going to talk about it. As Goon now starting to make that push up the stairs. Now, they are clearing... Yeah, shotguns. I was going to say, they probably want to maybe pick up a shotgun to clear up that top floor, but it looks like they're switching back, and they might even decide to get out of this building altogether. Because pushing in this, even as a squad against a solo or even a duo at the top of those stairs, Cammy, it's just not it. Yeah. It's so dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. Also, phase 2 about to lock in. It is going to be a medium hardship back to the northwest. So all that open space between Chumacera and Los Leones is going to be the center of the map. Now, good for Luminosity coming in from the north. They were able to find at least one vehicle, and there was so much empty space for them to try and claim. They are in a little bit of a race still because there's going to be a lot of teams rotating. We already saw on the map some rotations coming around the east side. Zvire, potentially Dots, who we're currently looking at now, could be going that direction, coming into the circle from the north. But a fight from Shrimsy, a really nice knock onto RBN. Clean and gonna go for more.
Welcome back, Shrooms. Welcome back. New logo, new team, same great player. Absolutely cracked. Yeah. Shrimsy is going to find the one. As you said, RBN will go down. And something else to note is I was just looking at the circle before Shrimsy, did what he does best. There is so much room to play on the north side of this. I mean, it is really just LG up there. And there is a massive clump of teams that are currently trying to get in on the east side, which is going to cause many issues, I presume.
Yeah. Falcons still working in Silence's position. But Falcons are in a great spot already. This part of Miramar, you got to manage like exactly which ridge you hide behind, because there are a lot of different options there of how exactly you want to hold your position. But, you just got to make sure you're not overextending, and you got to play it smart, right? But here, it's going to be Gadizia pushed by Zvire. Both teams going around both buildings in that upper northern cut into the circle, but they're running into each other. While grenade hold, here's footsteps. A nice little frag grenade goes out, follow up with the shot. It's going to be a quick knock on Afari.
Yeah, and I like that from Roth, right? He took his time, he threw the grenade, he got the peek, and he didn't overstay. He didn't try to flush immediately, put his head down. Again, no overextensions, especially when you're one of those players that is playing point for your team, or you're playing anchor. Overextensions can often be the death or just downfall of your team just getting picked apart. Once you go down, and Relo, speaking of which, is going to find Clausera. That's going to be another knock there for Alcadizia.
I mean, you can just see the position of how Alcadizia took this fight against Zvire. I'm going to assume that Zvire weren't that aware of Al's positioning, because coming in from the low ground on that ridge, all stacked up like that, they were walking essentially into a mousetrap that closed on them really, really effectively. It's all under Rybo trying to drive away and find some place to survive in.
Yeah, it looks like Goon is just going from 1-5 stack to the next, Cammy, as they're starting to assault a second one. This time it's going to be with potentially dangerous. They will... Oh, lose 2. Nice play there from It's. Beautiful little double there. A grenade to try to cap it off. Oh, he throws it in. Does he find it? Not quite, but It's holding it down for his squad.
Yeah, really good job by potentially dangerous here. That crossfire that they had set up was so powerful. You can see the major damage it dealt to Goon.
They know exactly where he is. I love this util. Flash is coming out. Oh, he vaulted out. And it doesn't matter. Theros is going to find him. So, again, nice hold from potentially dangerous. Very clean. 1 kill apiece. You love to see it.
Yeah. Greg shot last player up for Goon. Just not much that he could have done in that position. There were so many open angles held, not just by potentially dangerous, but a couple of other teams all around this Los Leones area. The west side of Los Leones has a lot of wide open angles. You just got to be really, really protective of that. But the next shift, mostly center, a little bit towards the west. And again, we're going to keep our eyes on Falcons and working in silence to manage these central positions.
Yeah, and getting center circle like Falcons did is great, right? But it is going to invite a lot of teams to start to encroach on your position at, whether it's north, south, east, west. You're going to start getting a situation where you're pinched. So we'll see how Falcons deal with that. I imagine they'll be just fine, but there is always that threat, especially when you're dead center. And there is, again, just so much open space on their west side. The problem, though, for the other teams, and the benefit to Falcons being center here, is that it's really hard to push that center with how much open terrain is around them. So they are just in a beautiful position. Meanwhile, there's multiple teams, Cam, that have to get out of Leonis.
A lot here. Empire being pushed by Firefly. Valley 8
Oh, this roster.
Old school player. Valiate's back.
This
And
roster,
he's
man.
now down.
We have to talk about it, right? Of course,
Do we?
as soon as we talk about it. I'm saying as soon as we talk about it, Valley goes down. So, yes, Michael
Yeah.
will get out of there. But, yeah, these are familiar faces again. We've seen so many shuffles. We've seen some old players return. God Squad, for me, is exciting. You know, that is some old school homies.
What's
I'm
happening with
excited to see players.
Bestia? Okay. They landed the vehicle. It's fine. They didn't die. So they were able to, I don't know if it was strategy or just pure happenstance, find a little bit of an opening through that Firefly Empire back and forth footsie game to find a nice little spot on the low ground there.
I don't know about you, but to me, that looked like a very planned, very well-executed kickflip. So I'm with it.
How many points is that? Like 200 or something?
I don't know. I didn't know we were assigning points.
What multiplayer are they on at this point? I don't know how these games work.
Forever, though. Coming in with a airdrop, and they're going to be right above I just did it. Falcons.
It's hard. It's hard.
And they're actually just going to cruise all the way to the edge. I like this. I mean, I'm sure they saw the Falcons players, but they just realized if we can get something on the edge, control it, then move in inch by inch rather than take an early fight. But this is going to be contested immediately.
Yeah, so Tito are also pulling up at the same time. Luckily forever, they get the roof. So that's going to give them a big advantage here, the roof of the church. But the spread that Sir Tito have is also looking strong. But Scooby with some good damage on the Varus. Varus is going to continue down to 1 HP. Okay, down to 0. I was going to say, but traded. Robert takes, Scooby takes Varus. Robert takes Scooby. Bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah, and again, this is the importance of timing. Had Sir Tito got there just slightly before, they would have actually had the advantage, and Forever still would have been landing. But because they were able to land, they actually just halted Sir Tito's stop, pushed completely, and now they are on the back foot. They're going to have to rotate out. Blue is also starting to come in, so they have a wide wrap. I'm really glad they actually have an anchor down towards the southwest that they'll be able to get past as long as they just survive the shots coming out from Forever. But it looks like they are going to manage to actually get out, so good on them to recognize that. But again, it's a game of inches and timing when it comes to PUBG.
Yeah,
those few seconds can completely shift the fight in your favor.
Yeah, and they're not done rotating because they got to go back towards the east. Next circle is going to favor the spot in between Falcons and Empire. Dots on the south trying to hold the southern angle, facing off against Outlaws. But, like, they're not in the zone themselves. We're really going to start to see teams get punished by the amount of open space. There's a huge collection of compounds to the east. Working in silence, they're able to find some hard cover position to play on the north. But that center position on those hilltops is going to be wide open. There are some dips to play in, but they're really not going to be that comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly why you don't see pretty much any players in the center of the circle anywhere near the south. Like you said, there are some, dips and defilades that you can somewhat play, especially if you have a vehicle, but it's just not ideal. It's not ideal at all. So most of the teams that are currently sitting on the edge will have very big problems when it comes to rotating in and getting out. Meanwhile, Sir Tito, again, finding footing, but once again, caught out of circle as it shifts.
Yeah. Well, their pathing into the zone right now is the right choice for what they have to play with. They're able to find this little compound, hold out forever, and potentially Outlaws towards the south, and then slowly work their way up that ridge into Falcons territory, just hoping that there aren't that many open angles across the other side in Los Leonos or even towards the north, where, again, we see Working in Silence and then Luminosity even further than that. But this is the time that, like, macro isn't really a thing anymore. It's all about just playing bit by bit, piece into piece, bounding forward, playing leapfrog, and El Proyecto, they are just getting themselves in a vehicle and they're trying to rush on in.
Yeah, and Forever also seems to be very split after that initial engagement with Sir Tito, where they did quite well to stave them off, and so now potentially dangerous, and yet another fight. Rella will fall. El Cadicia in a little bit of trouble. Theros, though, stopping that, halting it immediately, and now it's up to the rest of the team, but there's a trade. DIY onto Ace.
Ooh, good blue zone. DIY, nice counter utility.
Oh!
But Theros, wait, does he know? He had no clue Cowboy was in the same building with him. This is a kerfuffle. We got Luminosity swinging on in. They're probably going to go through because I see Vox already pitted in the center of the zone. But no, Luminosity, they want to take this fight. They're going to try and clear the space out and get these points, those tasty, tasty points.
And the problem is Luminosity has lost multiple members. That grenade will do exactly what it was meant. It will knock Bizzler And now it's just down to Gats as multiple utilities starting to rain down on him. You see his smoke there as well as Molly's. He's going to get knocked from behind, and now it's just up to Vox to salvage this game as we head into Phase 5 here.
Honestly, I don't know who I favor more, Vox salvaging or any of these players on the north, because there are so many teams with sight lines on each other here. Slabby with a really good angle to take a Luminosity out. I don't think Luminosity would have had any reason to expect that potentially Dangerous had players up here. And the revive onto Gabby is also going to be locking itself in, but Alcadesia, 5 kills, all 4 up. Making it across that road into Vox's position is going to be difficult, but already this is a relatively successful game so far.
Yeah, you take what you can get, right? They've been in a few fights. They've been rotating off of edge now. They still have to rotate off of the edge, but they've managed to pick up 5 kills, keep all 4 members healthy, so even if their next engagement was a bust, the fact that they've been able to maintain this game and this pace has been great for them. And I imagine, I mean, realistically, there's only one player that's going to be standing in their way, and that is Vox. Now, they will have to deal with working in silence on the north side, but as long as they can start that engagement off correctly and be the ones to be the aggressors, they'll be just fine. As we now look at Dot starting to get in a firefight with fire, as Frost trying to stay alive, but no, it's going to be Shane Doe to put him down.
Yeah, that should have been a much better hold by the other members of Firefly, but I think one of them got knocked, and so that disrupted that crossfire there. And now Frost, as we saw, got eliminated. Vox got a kill before going down, but Alcadesia now taking that spot, getting in front of Working in Silence. Can they hold this position out? We all know these dips. They feel good to play, but they are just asking to get grenaded.
Yeah, I mean, those dips, again, are good for both sides, right? Because it is harder to grenade, especially on the slope of the opposite ends of this ridge on either side of the road. But Working in Silence as a 2-man has already done a pretty decent amount of damage to Alcadesia. But here's the problem. They're only a 2-man, right? And they now have to deal with some members of Potentially Dangerous starting to push towards that north side. If they can crest, that's going to be trouble. Meanwhile, Falcons, Tickleton has been knocked. They should be able to recover that as looking for the last member of Zvire, and it looks like, let's see, oh, they see him. Rebo,
I thought the model of the scope was going to allow Rocket to get away, but unfortunately didn't have that many smokes. Oh, they make it across. Still alive. Listen, still alive. How much further can he make it? Not quite sure, and look at this eagle by Gabby on the DIY onto Roth, but Roth, oh, man, this kid and that weapon, the UAZ, the 3X I assume he has on that, he is known for it in the region.
Yeah, Roth doing God's work there to save his teammate. He was on 1 HP as well. Potentially Dangerous was coming in, but now we're looking at Bestia. Mime getting the first knock. Getting traded, though. Empire's Finna will find him. And now the other 3 members, Vinny, still in, and Krafton are starting to push in, but oh, the drop shot, and Bestia will take down Empire.
Good take, good hold. They can get the revive on a Mime and stay up as 4. They have a little bit of a fence to working on the east side. But back to Alcadesia. Roth is up, DIY is up, but that's just it. The 2 of them, and that is an MG3 waiting to get a massive amount of damage. Will Working in Silence expect Rebo from the west? Not quite sure. And Falcons also have an angle to stop them from crossing the road. So Alcadesia, they should be thankful that they have some fairy godmothers in the form of Falcons, at least for now.
For now, watching over them, but that's the issue, right? Falcons just has so much control, and this ridge line allows them to see and dictate so many moves of these other teams trying to get in. As you can see, Roth just trying to back up to get any sort of angle that he can, but he's going to have to retreat back in the smoke. And Bestia, meanwhile, is starting to push on that east side, which leaves Dots probably in the most tentatively comfortable position they can be in, because they're basically being protected by other teams on all sides, and it's not going to work out. Working in Silence will fall. Roth, again, on fire for 10 kills right now for Alcadesia. My goodness. What a way to start off game 1. Oh.
Now here's where the real chaos starts to happen. You see Dots in the middle there. We have a couple of wounded teams around the extremities, but in order for any of them to push onto Dots, they're going to open themselves up to getting shot from a bunch of different angles. That's why you can see Firefly. They're trying to work their way in, but focus on a sliver of an angle Currently, it's Outlaws to the west. Falcons now focusing on, again, the lone member of Spire to their north and making sure that they're not backfilled by El Proyecto. But no one can really start to push onto Dots. So Dots are going to be like the final boss. How healthy they're going to be, that's a different question, especially with all these grenades pushing in.
I mean, there's also a world, Cammy, where they just sit back, relax, make sure they at least stay up as I believe they're a duo, and then just let the other teams do the fighting and try to come in third party. I mean, that's pretty much the only thing they can do at this point. But the problem is Falcons now pushing very close to the position of Bliss.
Yeah. They're looking for an opening there. Trying to get more kills. Falcons came to the party in terms of points quite late because of their position. Not, you know, they weren't intentionally hiding, but when you have an early center spot like they do, very often, you don't find yourself with opportunities for fights, but they're coming in with healthy, should have some good utility left over still, even after throwing all those grenades that we saw. And so they're going to be in a really good position to take over this whole game. But I'm looking at Bestia on the east. They're going to have a more direct path to clean through multiple enemies without potential of getting surrounded and backstabbed. They can just sort of take it one angle, one edge at a time. But we still got to wait for these fights to really break out. Roth now is looking for an angle to try and not necessarily break into Bestia, but just get 1 or 2 kills, because Roth is looking to salvage as a solo now.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't get any kills, they've already had a hell of a game, right? So he can rest easy knowing that they at least had the start they were probably looking for. Bestia, on the other hand, I mean, they have a hard decision to make. Wrapping north, again, leaves them open to angles on Falcons, but at the same time, it's probably going to give them the most cover to get as close as they need to. And then the south is just, I just don't know if the south is it. They may just have to go for a north wrap here just to even ensure that they have a chance to fight back. Meanwhile, El Proyecto still just on the belly. Posa and Haven, the last 2 left.
They're waiting for Fireflies, waiting for Outlaws, waiting for someone to come their way. They don't have a lot more space to play into without getting spotted by Falcons. But Bestia, they're all going to go towards the south, potentially recognizing that there are some wounded animals down there, looking specifically at Fireflies. Kane is getting quite close to them. And Andrew with an angle a bit more towards the south, a bit towards the east. Shields are coming into play now, but Bestia still got to make their way into the zone. They have a minute before Phase 7 is closed.
Yeah, the problem is there's just, again, they whether they go north or south, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, they are going to be well within the sight lines of Falcons. So for Bestia, it might be best to just pick up as many kills as possible. And then, you know, if it is Falcons that happens to come third party and wipe, at least they got, you know, an extra 3, 4, 5 kills. But this is still very winnable for Bestia.
Yes. Yeah, especially if Falcons get distracted by Proyecto, especially if Haven and Posa are able to get even just a knock or 2 with this fight. It's going to be hard for them. Haven has a grenade in hand.
Throwing that, though. He's going to overcook the heck out of that thing, and that's also going to give the Falcons more of an inclination as to exactly where Haven might be. Posa, though, still proned out. And they're just taking their time. They're actually forcing Falcons to make a little more aggressive moves if they want to actually clear out this squad. And now Roth, on the other side, is going to find Mime.
Stolen by Andrew, but still, that's going to mean Bestia aren't going to be as strong going into this. Falcons are liking that, though their attention is still going to be on El Proyecto for now. They should be paying attention to the kill feed, as all top teams, all top players have just like 10% of their brain power going that direction to track for stuff and track for information. 1 flash available for Posa. Or 2, but still, just flashes. That's all they have. Waiting to hear some footsteps and counter utility to take this fight.
You know, well-placed stun could completely change the course of a fight. Let's see if that's what's going to be the case here. Posa only has 65 reserve on that AUG as well. So ammo is starting to get low. You see Huynh now starting to boost up. Endgame is upon us. It's going to be Kane that steps over for Firefly. Can he find it? No, he's immediately responded to by Vinny.
Good hold by Bestia. Still alive, still in this, still kicking. And now they're looking for more targets, looking for more victims. It's Phase 8. We still have 6 teams alive. Now the push through. Andrew with a really nice insta-knock. So it is going to get immediately traded, so Fireflies are eliminated in 6. But now DraftKings, 2 HP, running from the blue. Falcons, they are kicking things off now. Proyecto down, Bestia down. 8 kills for them. They're looking for the 9th.
Ooh, I like that. I like that tech from Huynh, but as you said, yeah, his draft almost went down 2 HP. He's left to be healed, but 8 kills for the Falcons. They are closing their vice-like grip on this circle, and it looks like it's going to be all but academic for them as long as they just don't throw and they play as they have been. But Posa finds Curry with a beautiful double headshot.
Yeah, 2 shots, 2 points, the kill and the placement. And even denies to the blue to add insult to injury. But hey, Falcons, they know that their south is clear. They only have a couple of solos left. What can Ballista do? That's a Pavaz. We know how powerful a weapon. Oh, the answer is nothing.
But again, even just looking at the way Falcons is playing now, like, yes, it's a 4v1, but, you know, they have 2 going together. They have the other 2 watching the backline, right? They're still playing as smart as possible. That's going to be a deny coming out from Bestia. And Falcons just, getting some circle love, but, realistically, just controlling that, doing so well, and they are going to clinch out the first game of groups here at PAS. Shocker. Shocker.
Right? I know, it's a big surprise, guys. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And this roster winning game. Listen, here's the call right now. They're going to win game number 1. They're going to win game number 3. They're going to have a little bit of a break and they're going to win game number 6. That's usually how it happens, right?
We'll see. There were also some really good moments from Bestia there. We saw Alcadesia fragging out. So yeah, other teams, but a Falcons win is what it is, as we are basically getting ready to get right into game 2. So give us a moment. We're going to send you to the highlights and we'll be right back.
Well, Falcons soar into their first victory, picking up their very first win as the Falcons. So stellar performance coming out from them, but there was a lot to break down inside that one. I've just got to ask, Cam, is Posa the best person in the world at stealing points? Because I think that he is. He always seems to find a way to pick up an extra couple of points, even on an international stage. And he's just coming out again, game number 1, doing it again.
Okay, if you're looking at, like, I guess it depends on how much you want to define stealing points. I still have Benya as like my clutch god from Latin America, but I think there's a conversation to be had there with Posa. He is that little like trolley guy that's gonna. He won't necessarily win you the game, but he is gonna make the other team have a harder time of getting their points, if that makes sense.
Well, that's the thing, is he's just so smart. He always manages to get into a position. It always feels like he manages to find at least like a solo to buy another placement point and a kill Godspeed. It's just so great to watch him work with that one. But looking at the Falcons, the X-Sonics, it feels like it's the same thing yet again. Godspeed, right? They're coming out the gate swinging. Is it going to be the continued dominance, or did you see a couple of squads stepping up, showing the fact that they've got something to them?
I mean, the org might have changed, but it's still the same team. It's still the same group of boys that is, hell, I say boys, they're men. I mean, they're not young
they
anymore,
men now.
Right? They're
years
men
ago.
now. So, yeah, I mean, it's the same group of people that are just as hungry as they were when they won their first major in PUBG, right? When they won PGIS, whatever. Like, they want to win. They want to be the best. Their goal is still to win a global championship. And so, obviously, they're still going to be working hard. They're still going to be one of the strongest teams. And to kind of just touch off base on the posted comment, I mean, that happens when you have a player that has so much experience, right? He's formerly been on Troglodytas, 22 Esports, Luna Galaxy. He's been internationals. So, yeah, he's going to be able to find those picks and those kills for you in those situations where he is a solo. So, again, Falcons doing what they do, continuing to be strong, not slacking, and Posa just being a player that has a lot of experience. But we also saw some other moments there. Bestia had a great push. Mime being that tip of the spear for them, were able to clear out that warehouse.
Yeah, Falcon's going to be walking away with 19 points. Bestia back behind that at 14. Alcadizia is going to be coming in.
Alcadicia.
Alcadicia. I know how to say it. I'm the one that taught you guys and was showing you guys, and now I
Clearly
can't say it.
you didn't do
How does
enough.
that happen? How does that happen? I spent hours repeating it over and over, and now I look at the word, my brain goes, no, sir, and it just leaves me alone. So, coming out of that, though, they had an absolutely ransack game off the start of that. 10 kills off the start, only 1 placement point. I mean, this is a squad we knew had some high-end frag power, but bringing in D just feels like it united a lot more of their fragging power camp.
Right. So, I mean, Cowboy Monster / Fadeaway / DIY / every other name under the sun. According to Reddit, Porosaurus is the one that says that we thought there was a lot of new talent coming into PUBG. Apparently, it's all of now DIY's alts. Anyway, the great joke. Poro doesn't remember saying it, but if he did, he's a genius, right? But no, Cowboy and DIY have played together before. Yeah, exactly. Relo and Roth have played together before. And so it's not like this is a brand new team being brought up from nothing, but you had the leadership and experience of Relo and Roth. You had a little bit of a wild cardness from Cowboy specifically, but the young blood firepower with Cowboy and DIY. And this is a team that at the very least is going to do some real damage, and already 10 kills. Honestly, 10 kills, 1 placement is as on brand as you could expect for this roster.
I mean, I love it. I love coming out the gate swinging. A lot of times we'll see squads take a second, right? Godspeed, and they're like, no, we want to kind of like gel a little bit. It feels like these guys already have gelled and they're just coming out. They're like, nah, now it's time to show you what we got.
Yeah, I mean, again, it could be a case of the honeymoon period that we were talking about at the top of the show. Like some of these teams, they get excited. There's new faces on the team, energy is high and they happen to do really well. But again, once they start to run into issues is where we really start to see the mettle of these teams or these new teams that are coming together. Because yeah, everything is great when everything is working. Your rotations are wonderful. Everyone is fragging. You're landing your shots. But when those things start to kind of fall off, that's when you start to see how strong that team actually is and how well they work with adversity.
Well, we will see that moving into game number 2 in just one moment. We're going to take a quick break, let these two guys kind of catch their breath. We will see you guys in just a few moments.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my time
Here we go. It is time to get game number 2 underway. We had high kill counts coming out the get-go. We had a robotic match room there for just 1 second, but we got everything now rolling and back together. I am excited. So game number 2, looking in, you think it's going to be the similar faces? You think the consistency is going to be King Cam, or do you think that maybe a newcomer is going to step into it?
You're asking me if I think Falcons are going to win another game? Listen,
You predicted
Godspeed
it, right? You
said,
predicted
Godspeed said, no, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Godspeed said we've been doing this for 8 years. We've been doing it for long enough to know that I'm going to be voting for that roster until shown otherwise. So yeah, there's going to be a full sweep. 6 games today.
Wow, that is that is
Matt,
bold.
I'm right so far.
Mathematically unlikely, but bold. I'm with you guys.
No, they're going to be fine. They're going to be strong. Like I said, it's not that I don't care about the Falcons. I'm just less focused on them because we know how good they are, right? And we know that they're going to excel. I'm really just interested, again, to see how these other rosters that have meshed well, again, like our Alcadicias, like our LGs, like our Bestias even, how are those teams going to do? How are they going to mesh in this environment when they have the best opportunity on a fresh start where everyone is also on a fresh start? Who's going to get out ahead first besides the Falcons?
We've been talking about consistency and roster with a lot of these teams, like whenever we're talking about what's going on with Liquid and what's going on with Falcons. Bestia has been pretty consistent as a roster for quite a while now, and we saw them have a very good game number 1, so excited to see what they're going to do in game number 2.
Whoa. Time out. The best player in a, well, okay, that's a bit too far even for me, but like my boy Sharpshot no longer on Bestia. And we're still going to say, listen, that's a big drop-off on skill, is my opinion. They've done good so far. Mime is still there playing nice at the moment. I believe is still shot calling. So it's not a completely different team, right? But I don't know. I'm biased, but I'm not nearly as excited for this roster.
That's fine, but you know, just put some respect on my boy DraftKings and Silton, doc.
You're right. You know what
I'm saying? And Vinny as well. Come on. But yeah, Sharpshot obviously a great player, but I want to see what this roster could do, right? I want to see what these 4 can do together. And we will see indeed as Falcons will be taking Picado. That is a very shocking turn of events. But on the more serious side, there is a team that is somewhat close to contesting them, maybe on the outskirts of the north, and it looks like we're getting a run back.
Oh, God. I thought they were going to be a punch-out.
2 different teams.
Oh, my goodness. They are taking it directly to 55. They're not even doing the usual split of you land in the north warehouse, I'll land in the south warehouse. No, we're going to land right on top of each other. Oh, hey, look, a Panzer. Blat.
I was just about to say we're about to witness maybe 2 different teams fight, and that was going to be Falcons and the team to their north, but nope. It's going to be LG and 55 once again. This time, as you stated, LG starting off much more aggressively. They just want to get rid of 55 altogether. They don't want this to be any point of contention at all, and it looks like with just as quick as you like, 55 is right back to the lobby. My goodness.
Yeah. A lot cleaner of a hot drop as well. That's what happens when, like, honestly, hot drops are the worst thing when they don't finish within the first 10, 20 seconds. Then you have that, like, stall standoff, and that's when things become bad in terms of how it affects your loot timings, rotation timings. You get potentially approached by another team like we saw from Gooners last game. So the fact that Luminosity cleaned it up, it's even better that they didn't lose a single person. No one got even knocked, but 4 quick kills, and now they can play the game as if nothing was wrong at all.
Yeah, and this is, for me, this has always been the question, especially when we watch either South American teams hot drop or on another token, anytime we see one of the Chinese or Asian teams hot drop, they tend to stick around. It doesn't matter how much or how quickly you wipe them, they will continue to contest. And so, I mean, that's their strategy. They're like, we're either going to take this or we're going to completely ruin our game just to make sure that you guys also don't take our favorite looting spot. So I'm curious to see what 55's response will be. Obviously, that was a very devastating loss that they just took to LG. But again, some of those teams in those regions just don't care. They will continue to come and contest those drop spots.
I mean, it's always the conversation of risk of, like, do we want to go somewhere else that we haven't practiced? We are unfamiliar with the rotation timings, unfamiliar. We haven't studied the teams around us because, like, no, you're aware of all 15 other teams in the lobby, but you're going to study specifically the 4 to 5 teams that drop immediately around you on all the 4 different maps. You can't spread that same value of information across every single team for every single map. And so if you do decide to go somewhere else and you haven't prepped for it, it might honestly be an even worse plan. At least in a hot drop, you have a chance of picking up a couple of points.
I mean, yes, but then if you're consistently hot dropping in the same area, that's going to alert other teams that also know of the teams dropping in their area to come third party that. And that becomes another issue in and of itself. And then, yeah, you potentially run into issues where you're just never getting to play the game as a full force squad. And so is the spot really worth it? I'm not sure. For me, like I said, I've always been against multiple hot drops. If a team is very clearly not going to leave after you've dominated them, then, you know, at what point do you just cut your losses and go somewhere else? But your point about knowing the teams around you is very valid. That's why a lot of teams are very stubborn about their drops. They don't want to relearn the other rotations of teams around them, their set plays. So, I mean, I get it from both angles.
Right, but also, this is our second and last Miramar of the day. 55 and Luminosity are, okay, they're in the same group. So, tomorrow, or no, rather, Sunday, we'll see if 55 decide to go somewhere else on this map. In particular, but as far as on the day itself, I think it's perfectly fine that they just went back to back because it's 2 Miramars of 6.
It's 2 maps,
total games.
sure. I get that, and it's the first day of the qualifiers, right? So you know, go crazy, I guess. As we see, Firefly actually made it pretty far into the late game in the last game, although it was fractured. They were able to find a small amount of success.
Yeah.
They are now rotating very far on the east side of the map, and they do have a team that they are trying. That's actually going to be... Ooh! It's going to be Zvire. Oh, a spin out.
Yeah, I mean, Alcadesia, they set the trap here. They're going to pounce on it, though. Shockingly enough, they weren't able to get the kill immediately. Farivo lost the vehicle. I don't think they're going to be able to live for long, but it does give potential time for the rest of Zvire to respond, though probably they're making the right move of just rotating away and giving up their unfortunate brother-in-arms. Going down, Alcadesia find 1 kill, and that's it. That's all they're going to find. Fireflies, they're probably not going to follow through Zvire's angle or to give Alcadesia another opportunity at a kill.
No, especially because a sandstorm is coming in, so they'll be able to get away somewhat clean. But yeah, losing Farivero is a little unfortunate. But again, Alcadesia, we know this roster is strong. We know that most of these players have some synergy with each other in one form or another from past teams. And so, yeah, they're one of the teams that we're looking at to also be at the top of the lobby. And currently, they're in 3rd. So it makes sense. Bestie as well with Falcons. And then CLG currently in 5th. But their first game, again, was somewhat scuffed as they were delayed. As we're now moving into this circle. This one, we didn't really talk about the circle much. But Cruise Device Center, it's been a while since we've been up here.
It's been a while since we've been anywhere in America.
Actually, that's a stupid statement. You're right. Like, you're right. It's I don't know. What am I talking about here?
Do you just go into hibernation over the winter break?
I kind of do.
The second PUBG ends, you just go to sleep and you wake up. It's like, oh, hey, I have more PUBG.
Kind of like a bear, right? Like work's done and then I'm just out of there.
Exactly. Are you going to so much of a food coma because of the holiday feasting that you just black out? Honestly, I do that sometimes.
Been known to eat. I don't know if anyone has seen me on a broadcast before, but I happen to be a little more of a husky man. As we see Empire Gaming, Valiate, Michael, Finna, and Adam. This is a squad of OGs right here, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, this might be one of the most tenured teams on the field currently.
Oh, they feel curly. Just wait until tomorrow when God Squad join. That's going to be the the retirement home face-off that we've all been waiting for.
It's so nice to see these players come back, though. You know, I mean, even if it's for an event or two throughout the year.
Oh, God, and Duel. Why are we forgetting Duel as well?
Duel. Well, we haven't even talked about Duel. Oh, man. I wish they were playing today.
I know. Don't worry. We see them tomorrow. It's going to be great.
Dots, though, in a position here, holding off. Taking some pot shots in and around as we move back to Cadesia. Excuse me.
Yeah, they're just
most of the teams. Yeah, most of these teams are already set up in the circle camp. So again, a lot of movement is going to be dictated upon the circle, and a lot of these teams are just going to chill, which is why we are just also enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, I memean, outside of the hot drop, we've only seen 2 separate kills. Pretty par for the course on Miramar. I said it last game. I'm going to say it again. Probably going to say it again tomorrow. That's just what Miramar is outside of a couple of rotational kills. excluding hot drops, you don't really see that much action. It's only about it's about setting up for the mid game when you do start to see the multi-team collapses and multi-team crossfires. Honestly, the most interaction a lot of teams have is stuff like this of bumping your vehicle up on a cactus. Okay, they should be good. Yeah. No.
There we go.
You almost balled it again.
Yeah, the RB is safe. Everyone, and this is actually happening on the very far north side. So I like this rotation from Working in Silence. They're basically just keeping themselves out of all the issues that these early rotations can cause, staying on the edge, knowing that the north side is going to be probably one of the weakest areas, as no one really goes Campo Militar, and it's still well within the circle. So again, good rotation for them. You see a lot of other teams as well trying to put themselves on the edge or in a position where they have good rotations moving forward. And Empire currently is in a strong position. I do just worry again about them getting pinched potentially by two separate teams.
Yeah.
And that
okay, wait. Oh, they have the center now, and they have immediate access to Al Azahar. Do they send it in? It's a bit too early to call for that, but if they stay around Valley 8's position, that's potentially very, very open. Getting shots. So I think this is like kind of a bad position for Empire, just because like neither option they have feels great. I'd much rather be in Alcadesia's position, of course, being on the edge closest to the hard shift where they know no one's coming in from their backside. But even Bestia, their position is a lot more defensible than Empire's.
Yeah, there is one giant like dip where we see Empire playing like in that area, that kind of southeast corner of that ridge line, but the rest of it, like you said, is very open, and it is difficult to hold that with multiple teams bearing down on you. But so far, Empire getting as much value out of this as they can. They're going to find Tig. That's going to be a straight flush. But Shrimsy with an AUG spray or tap is going to find Michael. They will get the smoke, but they want to pick him up and get him off that. Or maybe just Rez here. Please touch me. Yes.
Pick one, Rez or Carry. Just pick one of them, please. Okay, now Jappa now taking shots at Gooners, who are sending it down the trench, and bit of a fire show, but
the gas
no harm,
station,
no foul there.
Ziappa now is going to look at Goon Squad pulling in. She's looking at someone else. Goon Squad pulled in here just to the west side of Azahar. They're actually putting a lot of pressure here. I was just about to say, oh, this is actually Valiant from Empire Gaming. Okay, different fight entirely, but that's going to be trade out from Theros. And Valiant's probably going to get flushed here.
Yeah, no, he's going to go down. He got one before he went out, so that's at least 1 point. But, I mean, Valiant never wants to be with his team. At least he got a point out of it this time around. But this is what I was worried about. This position by Empire is kind of a bit open, and I really would have preferred that they stack all players in the position, but now Goon now running directly through Falcons, looking for Kickstart, I think, who is the last member up for Falcons. So I don't know what idiot said they're going to win 2 games in a row, but that surely won't be the case unless Kickstart comes out with some amazing next 20-25 minutes of this round.
Falcons got somewhat picked apart by a few different teams, and then by the time Gooners came through, it was just a little too late. They only had 2 members, and to Goon's credit, they pushed that well as a team, and they cleared building to building, and now, as you said, it's just down to Kickstart. Meanwhile, Alcadesia still maintaining control here, and they've taken control on the North Ridge, where we saw earlier Empire taking control of the West Ridge of Al Azahar. It's going to be them controlling North, and they have a few teams to contest with. Realistically, I'm looking at LG to be the one to really kind of pressure them enough, especially if they start to realize that Alcadesia is quite split, and we do notice that quite a bit when we see teams that Roth is on. I mean, he loves those splits, whether he's calling or not. It just seems that that's the play style of the teams that he happens to go to.
Yeah, and this is a good spot for a split to be employed. It's not the easiest for Luminosity to push up that ridgeline without getting spotted by Forever or Zvire. And not to mention, we still have a couple of seconds before the next zone closes. You don't want to be in a fight if it gets hard shifted away from you, which it has been. Luminosity now could decide to rotate down south. It's not the easiest rotate through truck stop, but the point is that they need to make a decision now. Do we fight through Alcadesia? Do we try and fight through the north or the south? They have options. They just need to pick one and commit to it.
Also, when I'm looking at Forever as well, they have a few options. I mean, if somehow there's a fight that cracks off between Zvire and Alcadesia, that's a big third-party option for them. But then you look at LG. LG is also looking for a window to get in, and they're currently far further on the eastern edge than anyone else. So they're going to have to make some decisions here, potentially go for a south wrap, maybe try to get in on the butt side of El Azahar, or just take the fight to Alcadesia. But the problem is they're uphill, and that's not the best angle for them to approach that.
Cowboy with some shots towards Fire, who are making their own way into a more central position in the zone. Wasn't able to do too much damage from that position, but those weren't shots that you quote unquote should hit. But RBN sneaking up to Sortitos. This could be an opening to allow Working in Silence to make their way down this ridge. This could be a really important fight for RBN to take, but it's all about what opportunity is delivered. Because once he starts shooting, all attention is going to be drawn his way, and the rest of Working in Silence, well, they're not even on the minimap anymore.
Yeah, they're far north. They could use this sandstorm, though, Cammy, to get a window of opportunity for themselves, as we see here El Proyecto just safely sitting in the center of the circle, but they do have a few teams around them, mainly Bestia, that is going to most likely make that push onto them when they need to, when the circle starts to close. But even Dots on the northwest, Dots will have to make a move against one of the guilds, one of the multiple guilds actually towards the north. It looks like Zvire might actually be making their play towards the north as well.
Okay, so the hunters are now the hunted, Working in Silence. Those footsteps were certainly heard by Varus. He's waiting for them to sort of overpeak. Robert with an angle as well, I think. Santa. Ooh, nope, not exactly. Robert's not taking shots just yet either, though. Both these teams, they're kind of just playing around each other. They don't want to come into a fight just yet, but the circle's right on their back, and they're on the edge. They're in the zone. Surely this fight's going to break out at some point.
Well, it somewhat has to, right, Cam?
Yeah.
I mean, don't have a choice, as this next shift is going to be very telling as far as which teams are going to fight first. Working in Silence surely will fight Sortito here in just a moment. As everyone else is getting ready for the next shift, LG comfortably in the center of this one, right next to them to the southeast, is going to be potentially dangerous, and that is exactly where the shift is going to go. Potentially dangerous now, dead center, which means all these teams on the north are going to have to fight for what is very little in this current circle on the north side.
Yeah, Working in Silence, they spotted out a couple other members of Sortitos, but they don't want to take that fight. They weren't able to do some immediate damage to get a knock, so instead, they're not going to waste any time. They're going to get into their vehicles and rotate around them and try and race them for that northern ridge. But Survivor are also watching this angle, could be looking to take them out. Luminosity previously sent a center send. That doesn't make any sense. Don't worry. That sentence makes zero sense at all. Whatever, they're here now. Shut up.
I'm sorry. Alir, is that what I think it is? Goodness.
Oh. Anti-headshot maneuver coming in from Santa, and he nails it.
He does indeed nail it, and he is safe. Very fortunate to be safe. Robert was aiming for the head. Box will find sold, so now here we go. LG has entered the chat as Working in Silence getting picked apart from multiple teams. Now Zvire Rebo is getting involved. And again, LG just hunkering down, making sure they can protect their position as best they can, but it's hard in that position. A single one-story shack essentially with at least they have a bus, but
yeah,
I mean, that cover is limited.
It is. They have a couple of kills though, only one since the hot drop, but I don't blame them for sending it to the center like this. Remember, previously they were to the east of El Azahar, but grenades coming out, utility coming out. There's the Dragunov. Remember how dangerous that weapon is at this range. Been Working in Silence, under smoke, under a shield, re-smoking that one out to get BL revived. But they have even worse cover than Luminosity. I think they're going to get picked apart before too long.
And don't forget, there's a Lynx in play. You know? Somewhere out there is a one-shot, just body shot destroy. Lynx is probably so terrifying to play against in comp.
Oh, yeah.
That thing's got to be devastating. He's got a Lynx, boys. Put your heads down. Don't peek. As that was a nice spray from Kick. He's going to find Nuts again forever. And Looks like Robert is going to look for a finish potentially.
Yeah, Dots rotating into the Mosquitoes. They lost the race that we saw working in silence to try and take, which they're in a better position, so maybe it was by choice. But the Blues coming in now, they only have 1 kill.
They do only have 1 kill. What I also would love to see, I like the fact that they stayed in and they stayed late to try to take care of people in the blue. I just wish they would have at least, maybe they did scout this. I could be completely wrong here. Maybe they did scout this,
sure.
but at least make sure that they have an anchor somewhere in this area in case, that hold goes wrong. But it seems like they already knew what they were doing, so they're fine.
The problem is there's not a lot of space for Robert to play around.
There really isn't.
Next to his vehicle. He has a grenade out to take advantage of a fight. Look out just to the south of them, but Varus goes down before Robert can really make a big stand here. Lands some damage, but that's a grenade right in his face. Drop down to 31. Drop down even lower than that. And Sortito are eliminated. Joshi with the final shot there. So Dot's still in the blue, but they are dealing some damage as they make their way into phase 5.
I was going to say LG with 5 kills for a position like this is great. And then I remembered 4 of those came in the first 30 seconds of the game. So they've only managed to pick up 1, but all 4 members still alive in a great position in the circle. But if you are Zvire or you are Dots or El Proyecto, Bestia, I mean, there's a lot of teams right now, Outlaws, that are just fighting for every inch to get in. Kraken!
Kraken!
With a very nice cleanup there.
Yeah. Good job doubling up with Posa, but some shots from range from Zvire. A Proyecto all 4 up, 4 kills. The next test is upon them, though. Where can they go now? It's going to be into Luminosity territory. Wide open fields, potentially dangerous, also overlooking them. Alcadesia on the east also going to be overlooking them. So Proyecto, they might be looking good for now, but this is going to be a really, really big challenge.
Zvire now just going for the tried and true, just send it until you find something safe. And in this position, I don't hate it. I mean, they don't really have many plays, so you might as well just go for what you can get. Rebo is going to be taken down by D, as Kalnix as well. And yeah, they're just gonna fall again. Is it the best play? Not necessarily, but given their options, what do they really have? That's a blue zone grenade. Nicely done. Good mechanics there, just to get out of danger. We are going to throw a smoke and cut off that angle, but yeah, nicely played.
Good on Luminosity, though. With their limited cover, they've actually spread themselves out into a 2-2, and they're trying to be active, throwing resources out to make sure that no one can be comfortable pushing in onto them. But a big fight is breaking down now towards the south. Firefly, Empire taking a push into this, trying to really utilize and abuse that high ground. Firefly down to Jess, Kane, and Andrew. They can't even make their way up the hill. They have a lurking Forever to the east. They have Empire to the north. This is a rough rotation for them now.
There's a few ridges. If they can just clear those, they're somewhat safe. And that grenade landed right in Goon's pocket. As Rello and Alicia just continuing to push forward and create this momentum. Not anything that I wouldn't expect any less from. These guys are so solid and firing on all cylinders just out the rip. We saw it in game 1. Even though they went down early, they managed to get at least 10 kills. So, yeah. I mean, this is what we expected from them, right?
Yeah. How could this legendary legacy player clutch it out? Unable to do so. Got 1 knock onto Gump, but Outlaws are still kicking. Should be able to get the revive, but Luminosity heard that. Snakers, Bizzler running out, catching a jumping Neentone. Who else is going to peek? Who else is going to peek this man?
They had to hold for so long on the west side. That nade will land dangerously close, but now starting to spread out. You can see it. Bizzler, Snakers putting the screws onto the Outlaws. They have 2 down, and I don't even hate that they're not pushing because they realize that the other 2 members are anchoring in the circle. If they push this and they go for that 2v2, there's a chance it falls apart. So great discipline here to just keep the pressure on but not get overextended and put themselves in a bad position. I love this from LG.
Yeah, their constant in out managing of positioning is great. The xylophone sort of feel in the game. And especially because they haven't had that much great terrain to play with to begin with. The fact that they're getting away with it is fantastic, and it really shows how good of players they are in terms of like knowing timings and knowing when they can go for these maneuvers. Back to the east, Alcadesia, they've been more like sledgehammers. They've just been crushing in, crashing in, taking teams out, looking towards Empire, but they don't want to wait around because the phase is closing. They want to make sure they end up on the high ground, and Outlaws got the revives, and they're crashing in onto potentially dangerous. At least taking the load down. Empire could have an angle, Luminosity could have an angle. I think Outlaws probably stopped a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to go into the compound just because they know there's at least one team there, whether it's a full 4-man stack or two. So they stopped short on the ridge, but that is really starting to haunt them here as now we see Cowboy looking at yet another team to harass El Proyecto. And LG still in the background all the way on the west side trying to maintain control of their area, which they have complete of. And there's just one team in front of them working in silence, but Cowboy is trying to find knocks onto the team of Empire, and he will find one, but he will be traded.
Ooh, got a couple there, good damage. And the rest of Alcadesia should be able to follow. Look at the HP bars on Michael and Adam. 1 or 2 bullets is all they would need to go down. And I don't know where Empire can go with this. Michael's been dropped by a molly by D. I think Adam's the last one left, is able to heal up, has some cover with those vehicles in that dip. But it really is going to be playing around the timings, the momentums, the choices that Alcadesia make for Adam to find anything here.
Yeah, and the rest of the utilities going out. They just want to close the door on Empire right now, claiming even more control of this side of the circle, even though it is quite far off from the actual center. As we can see, most of this shift has actually left them out. They do have good rotations, but they can't get caught up here too much, as Cowboy's going to get knocked.
Yeah,
they need to recover as quickly as possible, but 11 kills, Cammy, in the second game. That's their second double-digit kill game back-to-back. What a start from them.
I think it was you that said that they were firing on all cylinders, and that's not slowing down now. But Luminosity, they found an angle. They took Cowboy out, got at least his second knock of the game. And so I am worried that Alcadesia's run this round is going to be stopped here. I don't see there being a really, really easy way to break into potentially dangerous compound. And if they go towards the north, they're going to be basically opening up Luminosity to have just a giant firing line on them.
Yeah, for them, I mean, pushing onto that long building is terrible, as you know, but the only caveat for them is PB is just a 2-man squad right now. It's really the Outlaws that I'm worried about third-partying that and causing all the issues for them. But Luminosity, again, they're just going to hold this position. There's no reason for them to move. They have so much control, and it's just up to them to make sure that none of these other teams get an advantageous position on them, as Alcadesia is just rotating right into their line of sight.
They had to just make a send. They're successfully alive, at least, and Theraz has a Panzer. Here's footsteps. Oh. Some people are inside waiting for the first pixel of an enemy. Gonna pull that trigger. Gump goes down.
Well, that flash range was actually ridiculous. Slab got hit in the hallway 2 doors down. But potentially dangerous with an opportunity here to capitalize on other teams either fighting or, as you can see, Alcadesia coming in. And these long buildings are just so difficult and obnoxious to push into, which is why you see that the push coming out from Outlaws has been stopped completely.
Oh, man. There, you saw him take that window angle, and now he has a sawed-off. He is doing all of the things that make these building pushes so frustrating. Nick and Dean, like, they're separated from each other. They can spot each other, but there's only so much they can do now. Alcadesia, more information at hand. They know how wounded, how much the teams, the players here are bleeding, so they're going to use this opportunity to take space, separate themselves from Luminosity. D should be able to get revived. But how do they move into the next zone? It's going to be a fight for third place, I fear, all the teams coming out of this compound.
No, and here they go. Cadesia, Roth in, tip of the spear. Theros trying to hold that one back, but it's going to be Nick, actually, that finds Theros, so this is a mess now. Third parties everywhere. Slabby right in the face of Roth, and Roth is going to throw the molly. He's going to explode on his chest, and just get Roth in the crossfire of that molly. What a ridiculous... Again, these slog buildings are a mess, and now Ninatone finds an opportunity.
don't know how Relo didn't go down. That angle was held. He was not expecting a roof player at all. More utility goes out. 10 kills for Luminosity on a killing spree. They're able to take out Working in Silence, take that center position, using the opportunity of the fight to the south to not get third party. They know their timings. It's all in Alcadizia to remove these rooftop bandits. It's all into Nick now for Outlaws. How much more damage can he do, or will this be a fight of juggernauts? Luminosity versus Alcadizia.
He's like, oh, look, a free point. So on that balcony is now one person left. It's going to be Nick. Godspeed, sir. And he's down. But, I mean, securing third place for the Outlaws, especially given the situation they had to deal with earlier, I mean, that was a solid game for them. Good cleanup.
Yeah, couple of kills. They managed it relatively well, but now 4 versus 3. Luminosity versus Alcadizia. Luminosity have a lot of advantage here, but potential high ground peak advantage for Alcadizia. Smoke's coming out. The cover, though, isn't great for either side, so really Luminosity with man advantage is surely the favorites here. Positional advantage in the center. You never count any of these players on Alcadizia out.
No, I do like these aggressive smokes. You know what? If we're not going to have cover, we have to peek over this ridgeline. We're just going to cut off those angles completely, and they have smoked it. Now you can see them trying to get different angles, but Vox holding that anchor spot, trying to make sure that none of them are able to creep on this. Gats is going to find one. Snakers with the blue zone grenade. And that is it. LG will close it out, but those two Titans came in with 13 and 14 kills, respectively. Unbelievable game for those guys. My goodness.
Yeah, listen, Luminosity might have won, but Alcadizia, that was, I mean, they got, what, more kills in that round anyway. It was almost a win. They got that first knock against Snakers to even things up. It was just Luminosity had the advantage of having a more spread situation because they got there earlier. Timing can make or break a run in this, so not surprised the Luminosity came out with the win. That was a very risky push that they made to get to that position to begin with, to manage that position in the field, in the shack to begin with. It was a risk, but it paid off in dividends. I think that's a finance word, right?
Yeah, it worked. It worked for me. And then just the discipline and the patience, right? We've seen so many times in the past where a team will be in LG's position. They'll have 2 people anchor. They're 2 people up front pushing or getting information. Will get the kills or the knocks, and then they'll just push, and then they'll fall apart. I love that they pulled back. Great play from Alcadizia as well. Again, we are going to go to a highlight throw and then get ready for the next game so that we can just keep cranking these bad boys out and give you guys as much PUBG action as possible. So just stay tuned as we go to the highlights.
Starts with a Luminosity hot drop, ends with a Luminosity victory. I mean, it was just all the way through with these guys. Phenomenal performance and 6 kills for Snakers, who is retired, by the way. And put quotations around retired. So there's a lot that's going to be going on. Look at inside of that game. I mean, Alcadesia, you were talking about him a lot, Godspeed. They managed to rack up another high kill count game based off positioning and very powerful 2-2 splits.
Yeah, double-digit kills in back-to-back games to start off the first regional of the year seems like a pretty damn good start to me. I don't know about you, but I would call that a success, even given some of the situations that they'd have to deal with, like, you know, being outside a circle, chasing certain teams, being held out. So, yeah, very, very good start from Alcadesia.
Luminosity Gaming walking away with 23 points. Alcadesia going to be walking away with 20 of their own, and then it's going to be Outlaws back behind them, Empire Gaming, Working in Silence, Potentially Dangerous, El Proyecto, and Forever. I mean, this is a very hefty leaderboard on the left side. I mean, look at this. Specifically at the top, Cam, we've got 23, 20, then a drop down to 9. So by the time we get to 6th, we're already just down to 6 points, 5 points. Man, it is diminishing returns heavy over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. The thing about PUBG is that there are limited points. There is a flat amount of points. It's going to be more or less the same. What is like, it ranges from like 60 to 63 kill points plus the set number of placement points. Like, that's it. So if there is one team that's popping off, that makes it harder for other teams to get points. If there are 2 teams that are popping off in kills, that makes it even harder for anyone else to get points. And then especially with Miramar, there are some times that Miramar will have like one team that just like can see everyone and eliminates everyone. But yeah, just ultimately going into the overall leaderboard now, though, Alcadesia, they are taking first with 31, Luminosity with 26, and Falcons with 20. So here is a little bit more of a linear drop-off just because of the nature of it being 2 games. But the kill to placement point ratio with Alcadesia at the top is very, very scary. Getting kills is something that is relatively consistent no matter how your game goes. So once they have those 1 or 2 rounds a day that they're going to get like a win and a huge number of placement points on top of that, it's only been 2 games so far, and it's only been on 1 map, but this is looking like Alcadesia is going to be running away with this group stage. They certainly have a really good start to this whole weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Bestia having a good game 1, didn't have the highest point total for game number 2, but still holding down in a decent position on the overall leaderboard. We are going to go ahead and try to prep everything up for a quick break because we're going to take about a minute before we get back into the next series of games. So we will see you guys in just 1 second.
Every time I close my eyes, every time I close my close my eyes.
All right. See, look, that wasn't anything at all. Just giving everybody a quick second to run up, get to the restroom, grab yourself a drink because we're buckled up. We're about to hit that halfway point as we're moving into game number 3. Godspeed, doing a shift up in maps as well.
Yeah, we're going to Tego, and Tego has been in the rotation for a while. It was one of my initial new favorite maps to cast when it first came on, and I still enjoy it, especially now that teams are starting to really figure it out, right? It's been in the pool for a while. It's no longer new. It's been very practiced, but still very fun, just very open. There's a lot of open areas on terrain that cause just the worst issues for some of these teams, and we've also seen some of the teams persevere through those issues and some of those crazy open pushes, which is, I think, why I enjoy it so much. Plus, rotations really aren't cut off that hard. Teams generally get to go where they want to go, so I like Tego, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this year has in store for Tego as far as how teams have adjusted in playing it.
Well, before kind of going to that quick break, we were talking about, Cam, the kind of misbalance that we're seeing with high kill counts coming up with specific squads, repeat performances in our first 2 games. So now that we're making our way over to Tego, there is the potential that maybe some of these squads that are desperate for some points might find a good rotation. They've got it in the capabilities. Is there any team that you have your eyes on?
Oh, man. I want to see what Empire can do. They had a couple of good ideas, I think, around Okinawa. I think they were kind of just stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they still were able to get some good points out of it. So I'm looking on them to see if they can follow up and start to punch a little higher.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Especially with when you look at that roster, right? When you look at Adam and Finna, like these are 2 players that have been active, right? They haven't necessarily been retired. They've been active. They were active last year. Michael as well in certain capacities, especially, you know, obviously being a Nations Cup winner. And then Val has been admittedly out of the game for a little bit, right? But even still coming back mechanically, he's still very impressive. He still has a great mind for the game. So, yeah, we'll just see how these guys start to mesh together over the course of these group stages. But I agree, there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, the problem with Empire is as far as who you would look at to be the star fragger, top-level firepower, it's kind of all on Michael. Like, you look at Falcons, all 4 of them amazing fraggers, but you even then could still, like, rate them. Like, kickstart Trimsy, H. But for Empire, it's kind of like Michael, and then I don't really know who I would look to.
Actually, hold on.
Is weird.
Here's the interesting way of looking at this.
Okay.
As far as fragging ability, anytime Adam, Finna, or Valiant have been on the team, they always have high potential for fragging. But all 3 of these players are former IGLs, right?
Right.
That's the thing. You have 3 IGLs and 1 very, very talented fragger. Again, they're all good fraggers, but when you think of like that raw
within
role,
the context of Tier 1 PUBG. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So it is an interesting dynamic to have, 3 former IGLs on one team, but I think they can make it work because ultimately all 3 of those players know what it takes to feed good information to an IGL, right? They've been in those leadership positions. So if anything, I feel like there's a mutual understanding of what needs to be done. So I'm very hopeful for the roster.
Yeah, that's true. We just saw Empire flirt with Svire a little bit. A couple of shots went out. They stole some gear, racing towards Ohyang's. I think they might have stolen a vehicle. Finna and Michael. Not quite sure, but it is going to make Svire have to think twice about what direction they want to go to make their way deeper into the zone. They're on the edge of circle number 1, which mostly center, a little bit towards south, which is good because it cuts out the river for the most part. No bridge shenanigans, at least not today on Tego.
Looking back at this map, I don't really feel like there actually has been bridge shenanigans just in general. Like you see the off team maybe camping 1 or 2 bridges, but for the most part, these things are pretty free rotations, especially because circles will generally pick an area that's kind of less convenient to actually camp the bridges, just the way the map and the terrain is laid out.
You actually see it's significantly riskier crossing bridges to the north than it is to the south. Just going off of memory.
Agreed. Yes.
There are so many more positions that you can hold on the north of most of these bridges. On the south is usually pretty open. So if you want to hold that bridge, you're going to get spotted by someone else even deeper in. So it's really not worth it. The whole point is, though, is like you don't have to flip a coin and choose which side of the river you're going to be on.
Yeah, the other thing as well is the terrain around the bridges themselves are not very conducive for camping because you're open to so many other angles, which is, again, why they tend to be safer rather than camped, something we've seen on Erangel, for example, where those bridges can be death traps. Right.
I mean, they added the catwalk in, and then it's like, all right, game's on. What do you mean find a position in the zone? This is our position in the zone. This is the house.
We are
this
the
is my
position.
bedroom. Yeah, we are the position. We got a roof here. There's a kitchen over there. Bedrooms over there. I'm fully moved in.
Okay, so for 55, though, I want to see what they can do now that they're not in a hot drop situation. They've made it out of their initial drop zone. They are now pushing forward. They are in a good position in the circle. It's an area where they can definitely get some rotations out of, and whether they want to go to the south or even wrap around towards the west, they have that option, but they will have to contend with Bestia, as they have spotted them in this compound.
Yeah, Bestia got a knock on a different player, a player from Firefights to the north. And that means you see all of those arrows on the map looking that direction. 55 could use this as an opportunity to just sneak up, and I don't know if they can get into the compound itself, But certainly, I'm worried that Bestia are going to let their attention let up for even a brief moment and give 55 an opportunity for a knock, because, I mean, you know this yourself. You can't pay attention to all 360 degrees around you every single moment of the game.
Here we go. Goon now pushing into potentially dangerous. And I say potentially dangerous, but it's just one person.
Yeah.
Potentially dangerous, but either way, that sucks for Itz. Yeah, he's going to go down, and that's going to be a kill picked up here for Goon. And we haven't really even been able to talk about Goon very much, right? Look at this roster. Simply Matt. You have Butt, Greg Shot, Icy Flex. I mean, this is a roster of OGs and successful players as well in their own right.
Yeah. They're very much, I'm putting this team like the wild card category. I don't expect them to win. I don't expect them to really even be top 5, but they're going to be there to make your life, the teams that are trying to actually be top 5, top 6, top whatever, to make it as annoying as possible for them. And honestly, I appreciate that. I think every single lobby of PUBG needs at least 1 or 2 teams like that.
Realistically, though, there is a world where they make it into that top 5, right? Like, those players are very tenured and have a lot of experience in comp, so it would not surprise me at all if they actually made it to that top 5.
I mean, there's a world that I'm cast as the next James Bond. Like, yeah, I guess, technically. I'm not going to bank on it.
I mean, I feel like that is way more far-fetched than Goon's qualifying. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I think Goon's qualifying is I'm not trying to hate on you. I'm
what
just
do you
saying
mean?
I got meetings
with directors like every week. I'm in the conversation. They're not answering my calls, but I'm sure they're reading my messages.
Well, looks like the calls aren't being answered as well for H11 because he happened to trace. I believe that was Mime in that window, but even still, they've now played their hand. I mean, best you know there's a team to their west, so now 55 has to decide whether or not they want to just hold this. Hosan completely open as well, maybe send a split, because the issue here for 55 is, although they do have good position and they're playing together, they're playing too clumped, and with a circle this big, they're actually shooting themselves in the foot by not getting enough information of what's going on to the north. Is there a team to our south? How about our east ridge? They're just focused on Bestia.
Yeah, my best guess is that it was a case of like thinking they had an opportunity for a point and then sort of doubling down, and then what is that,
sunken cost fallacy?
Yeah, sunken cost fallacy. Exactly.
Ooh, Posa.
Posa with a nice little quick one there. It looked like it was potentially looking to get stolen, but not going to be the case. They get their kill and they get out of there.
They do get out of there indeed. As Circle, it feels like this Circle 1 has just it's just crawling to a close here as LG setting up on that north bridge. That's not necessarily surprising at all to see. And actually, you want to talk about a bridge fight, look at Forever. They may be trying to cross in that direction, as they did see Alcadicia in front of them crossing the bridge near Fishing Camp, which has made them think twice about going in that same direction. But again, LG is waiting for them.
We said there were no bridge shenanigans. LG's position to the north is the one spot that you can like maybe argue for a strong bridge camp. So we'll see if that comes into play, if we're ever going to take that bait. Proyecto, however, though, they're elsewhere on the map, rotating around to find a spot to the east, and then Empire cruising through from the south. Got a knock on a Robert, I imagine, what caused this push, and then DraftKings actually following up with another knock. This is great for Empire to take this position away.
And the distance of which those shots are coming from are fairly significant, as Empire is just going to take this compound for free with the help of some of the members here of Bestia. As Finna is also going to get knocked here. Great shots coming out from these boys. The problem is they can't really capitalize.
Yeah. Was he about to pick that Panzer up? Okay, here is that bridge camp that I was talking about. Hiding behind the rock, Forever send first player through. They get the information. They know that there's a camp now. How do they follow up? Oh no, Scooby was too far down the bridge to make it worthwhile to turn around. But the rest of the team on the north, they're going to pull away. They're not going to take that, make that same mistake. They're going to find a different bridge to the east. It's still early games. The blue isn't going to do any damage at all.
And they tried to stagger that, but unfortunately still lost one. Either way, the reposition to the north side is going to be the best option for Forever, as they will at least have 3 still up. I'm not sure if LG is interested in chasing that solo member that Forever, and sure enough, it looks like that's not the case. Tiggleton, meanwhile, will find Haven. That's going to be an easy pickup for him in the gas station here, as I say gas stations. Is this really a gas station? It's more of like a bus stop. What is that?
I don't know. I'm not Korean. I haven't lived in Korea in specifically the 80s. Okay, so Forever, is this a chase? I mean, it's one person. Luminosity, they seem to be very, very comfortable and familiar with the fact that there is no one else around their area, so they have quite a lot of space to play with. But okay, they are going to pull away. Snakers was probably given the call 3 or 4 times to stop chasing before he turned around.
Yeah, some of these fraggers, you got to pull them back, otherwise they are just going to go wild. The good thing for Forever is they're going to be able to regroup with that 3-man. Meanwhile, here, the Outlaws are taking a fight against the Dots, or just Dots. Bliss still up, hot and spicy as well, with a frag in hand. And again, I like the utility of smoke here, the utility usage here, making sure they're cutting off, and seeing a lot more players actually use these more aggressively.
Yeah, I don't like this fight. It's not even in the zone. It's not a good position for either team, and you can't see it on the minimap yet, but El Proyecto are going to be looking to third party this fight. Great flank by Ninton. Take Bliss down and look at Posa. Yeah, this is that third party activity that's coming into play. I don't think either Dots or Outlaws are going to come out of this fight particularly healthy.
Shado finally getting I actually thought multiple of those shots hit, even though they didn't somehow, but he'll find it nonetheless. Gump now is just going to get an easy knock, but who's going to get the kill? It will be Gump. Outlaw's just down to 2 members, and we can see, like you said, this isn't even happening in the circle, and now it's going to be El Proyecto to come in and try to sweep this up, as they are the only team on this east side with the foothold that is currently third-partying this fight.
Yeah. Gizera is anchoring in the middle of the zone. This gives Kraken, Posa, a lot of freedom to just run around and be fed information that they just have the space to work with, and don't you worry about your backside. Okay, but Kraken's not going to overcommit. Send some shots toward Gump, but now get back into the zone because the circle is closing. And Buxan Sa to the south is sort of a natural wall for a team to just rush up at them, but it doesn't mean that a team couldn't. Spire could still, if they hang around too long, El Proyecto, Spire could still kind of lurk around and do it to El Proyecto exactly what they just did to Dots and Outlaws. Always be aware of timings. Always be aware of how long it's safe to stay in an area before regrouping and resetting in a more defensive position.
And the thing about Zvire is just look how much space they have to work with. I mean, they have the entire southeast, including Buxan Sada themselves, Mercedes. So, I mean, realistically, they can really take their time, unless Circle just pushes all the way to the northwest, which is possible. As we can see, Kraken, no, it's actually going to pull down to the south as hard as possible. So, Bestie had one of the best positions as well as Zvire. If they just sweep and clean out the south side, they are sitting very pretty.
We'll spray at that range. It's tricky. These players know how to manage these recoils very well, but even then, it's not the most reliable spray that you can hit. Kraken chased for a little bit, got an extra kill off the back of Outlaws, but with that circle shift all the way to the south, as you said, they really need to focus on getting back into the zone. But they're going to be... Where are they pushing through? Falcons? Zvire? Buxan Sa? There's not a clean, direct path in, certainly not with vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to have to try to split this, I guess, to the best of their ability. Outlaws are also trying to make that push as well. Falcons now coming in. They should be able to see El Proyecto, which is going to cause a fight or problems for them. And that's actually a third-party opportunity for Zvire if they are able to recognize that. Outlaws will go down, though.
Twin and the rest of Falcons now getting in front of El Proyecto. Post getting back into the vehicle. Got to pull down towards the south. Got to keep themselves alive, but they are going to be holding on to the edge here. Looking at Falcons' rotation on the minimap just to the west of them. Getting completely bullied here. They got a number of kills already, El Proyecto, so their game is already... I mean, it's not done. You really want to get as much as possible, but it's pretty good so far.
Oh,
All right.
What?
Okay, Kick, calm down.
He's just drift right past him, and kind of sick, I'm not going to lie. But Falcons find themselves dead center. This is, though, as you can see, very open. They are using their vehicles to create whatever cover they can. But it will be a problem if multiple teams start to push their position from different angles because they just don't have that much cover. That being said,
yeah,
they've been here before, so I'm sure they will figure it out.
55. Fake. They know potentially dangerous are dug in with them. Hearing Gabriel, hopping around, jumping around. Gabriel's looking for the window towards Baki's angle. No, H11 Junior potentially. Not quite sure. But this is that confusing time of like, we know we're in the same compound together. Like, it's... Is it even a rock, paper, scissors type game?
It's in situations like this, it's just whoever makes the first mistake, right? Whoever gets knocked first opens the door to the other team. Meanwhile, on the north side, though, I've been watching this on the map. Goon, as well as LG, and what's left of Forever, and even Al-Qadisiyah are all bunched up on this north side. You can see that nice split there coming out from Qadisiyah on that ridge line, and they're taking a lot of control. But again, I always worry that the control of the split is too much, and that shift going down to the southwest is going to turn this situation on its head, as now all these teams just say, screw the fighting, let's get into the circle as fast as we can, as rotations are flying down towards that southwest.
And Luminosity, again, they are just sending it towards the center. Another risky play, but they haven't actually taken that much damage at all. Where can they hide out? Do they even know that it's free where they're going? But 55 is potentially dangerous. Now the fight is happening. Grenade damage, dropping Fake down to 12 HP, clearing this mini warehouse, recognizing that it's free, but the rest are potentially dangerous. Off to the north, H11 Junior, quite spread from 55, looking to move on up, and then Slabby does go down.
Okay, so 55 with an opportunity here to get as many points as they can possibly nab, as they had 0 points before this game, but that is going to be a nice double from Baki, so 2 points on the board so far. Don't forget the placement that will be coming when about 5 more teams get eliminated, but Al-Qadisiyah now looking for an off angle, finding some shots. The Groza will ring true, but no, he'll be traded. He won't get anything. And that's it. Al-Qadisiyah is out.
They had a better position. They had the drop on Goon. But listen, you could set yourself up in the best position ever, and if you cannot hit the shots, then it doesn't matter. And Goon come swinging in like a wrecking ball and take Al-Qadisiyah out. More smokes coming out, and 55 looking up towards this direction. Goon still need to get into the zone. That's what those smokes were for. Empire, a similar play from them on the south. Got to make their way up this hill, or whatever hill, ridge, whatever you want to call it. But they're facing off against Working in Silence.
Working in Silence did a good job last game of getting at least to the end game, finding pockets of opportunity where they could. Now they're going to have to face and fight a full 4-man strong EMP. They have to know about this, right? I mean, now they do. The shot's going out, but late response there. Either way, both teams will be okay and healthy now to re-engage on a fight. And meanwhile, the kill feed, it looks like another member of 55 was able to find a knock, Cammy.
Look at that barrage of grenades. All in tandem, but damage is pretty minimal towards Working in Silence, but at the very least it does seem to be pushing them away and giving Empire a little more space to push up just a touch. They're giving up this bowl Working in Silence, and by doing so, I mean, BL is giving them the information further towards the west, but potentially opening themselves up to getting taken out by another team. El Proyecto, how did they get here? I thought they were on the east.
They might have just done a wide wrap. Look how low all of them are, just cooking in the blue, but it worked. They're at least on the west side. It is much less contested than where they were. It really just depends on what the circle does to see how successful that play statistically is, and it works out for them. It's beautiful. Now it's going to be Working in Silence and Empire fighting at the bottom side. That gives their team a beautiful opportunity to third party if they are able to recognize and capitalize on it there.
Looking at the map now, Luminosity again in the center, but they are getting shot at and approached by a number of teams. A grenade, a lot of grenades in the kill feed. Luminosity just got cleared out by a single grenade by Fireflies, and working in silence, also pushing back onto Empire now. Finna down, Valley 8 down. I think it's all left to Michael. No, there's a flank, I believe, coming in from Adam. So working in silence, gotta watch all your angles.
The problem is Adam needs to act fast. He needs to act now. There's not much time. The rest of his team is about to get wiped. Where is he?
I don't know.
I mean, I see him on the map, but oh, he's tossing nades. Okay, he's able to stall her at least a little bit and give Michael some time, but
is he? Because Fire are also pushing on the east, and I think Empire at this point, they're kind of playing. They're playing to pick up some scavenge kills, some points.
I mean, Michael
is playing. He's not playing that way. He did not get the memo. He is playing to win this fight. But look at all this blue zone grenades, clearing everything out. More from Fire. RBN's also been knocked.
Okay, so Michael will go down. Adam now with an opportunity. As I say that, it's going to be Zvire finding that kill, and now the rest of them come. So at least Adam has secured a placement for his team, even though it is outside the top 8. Now he has the monumental task of taking down Zvire solo.
Does Zvire know where he is? They are going to be playing towards the rest of the zone, looking to clear him out, so they are checking for him. Oh, for a second he had to drop on one, but Kalinick strikes him through. So Empire are eliminated, and now we are in the placement. Points 55 go out just a few moments after.
Firefly now in the crosshairs of Forever, and they would like to make quick work of this. There's still some circle to be controlled and some space to be found as Panadrito will start to push down this with barrel in hand. And Firefly's positioning here is a little awkward for Forever to fight because they do have people off to the side, but I feel like Forever is also very aware of someone potentially being on their hillside, as one of them might step right into his line of sight soon. He's going to start the fire. Andrew will find one with the... Oh, he'll find two with the FAMAS.
And then the MG49, the blue, stuck in the reload. But now that UAC is going for the run over kill to confirm that. But yeah, there was very little chance for Forever to survive longer. They got the one kill. They took the FAMAS away from the field. But now looking at the top 6 teams. Bunt goes down to Kraken. Projector now still rolling on in, and Falcons. 3 kills for them, but all 4 are up.
Yeah, and say what you will about him going down, but he saved his team with that FAMAS, got the knocks, and allowed one of his members to survive while they got the fight. That was a beautiful, beautiful spoiler play from him and from Firefly. I'd love to see it. Yeah, you know, we're about to lose the team, but that was the best case scenario for them, and they executed well. So well done to Firefly there.
Okay, Falcons stack the blue zone grenades on the tree, but Bestia, they have been taking long-range shots at everyone all game. And Vinny with the second. Now it's Kickstart gone down. Trimsy's been eliminated. It's all into H-Win and Tiggleton.
Firefly is still alive. He's still alive. One of their members is still alive. I can't see who that is. I think
Joppa. It's Joppa. I thought the double blue zone grenade
so did I!
Out, but he survived through it somehow. And now Bestia, they pulled Falcons away, so Joppa could still salvage even more out of this round.
Yeah, the problem, though, is that terrain that he has to cross it might as well be hell on earth. I mean, it is so open, and you have Falcons in between. Meanwhile, on the northwest side, Goons want to find their way in as Bestia just being an absolute nuisance to the rest of the teams on the field with just so much control. Zvire is going to have to really kind of step up for the rest of the lobby, or what's left of it, if there's any chance of these teams of getting a good position or a good engagement onto Bestia.
Reacto now. They have weathered through so much, and they have 12 kills already.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, impressive game.
They haven't ever been in a position that I've noticed that I said, okay, Proyecto, they're in control, they're the dominating team, but they have just, like, taken a kill here, a kill there, a team wipe here, all coming in from the edge. How much further can they push it, though? I mean, because Falcons, they look wounded. Not only are they down to 2 players, but their position doesn't look great. Joppa goes down, so we do have the top 4 as well. Bestia are looking good, but they're kind of packed into one singular position. So I really don't know who to call for this game.
Bestia, for me, I think just has the most control, but yeah, I mean, that can turn on a dime. Obviously, they're in a kind of a massive dip, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
And a lot of those angles are shooting downwards. They do have a few vehicles, but if it shifts away from them, you're right. I mean, without vehicles, without Smoke's utility, they're going to be in trouble, especially when it comes to one of the teams on the outside potentially finding angles on them. But it just depends on the shift. It also depends on what Zwire is going to do here. Zwire has been very kind of not passive, but taking their time, making sure that they don't overcommit. But at this point, with time running out, they're going to have to make some sort of a play here soon. Otherwise, they are just going to get picked apart.
And now, hearing those shots, you saw Mime's POV instantly swing back onto Zwire. Phase 7. Circle stays dead center where there is still very, very little cover. So I think Zvire's only play is to go through Bestia, get these points, and then see what happens later. Tiggleton goes down to the blue. That's an unforced error for Falcons, who were already so wounded.
Yeah, I didn't get to see exactly why that happened. Maybe he took a shot as Circle was closing, but now it's going to be Cloudzera to find Mime, and here we go. This is what you were worried about. It's going to be Zwire waiting for the opportunity. They saw the circle close. They realized that they had this dip to still play for the time being at least an extra minute, and that is when they're starting to put the pressure on. The problem, though, is that Bestia is recovering somewhat, and they've also gotten a knock and slowed that push down from Zwire. So this is a complete reset 3-on-3, if I'm not mistaken.
Revive Silson? Okay. They took the, oh, okay, there it is. H-Twin as well, getting a kill at the end. So that's a good 2 points for H-Twin, solo player of Falcon. Got a kill, got a replacement with it. And now it swings that from Moss back over towards Posa.
And Win in a dire situation, but even still in the circle. And if he goes out, you know, Falcons still have 4 kills, 3rd place. I mean, you take that, especially with a blue zone grenade landing on top of him. He should be able to heal through this one. Last first aid kit, though. Ooh. And I lied.
The timing was just a little bit off. He was, what, he
dirty
was
liar.
Animation. He was already a little low on HP. But yeah, now it's a 3 versus 3. Proyecto couldn't stop Ferravero from diving down into the ex-Bestia dip. So that's going to give Zwire a good opportunity, anchoring down below with the 2 players on the high ground. But they're barely in the zone, if you can call it that. Proyecto have a better position in terms of the circle, the zone, the blue, and all that stuff.
And as you can see, I mean, there is nothing to play in the middle of these 2 teams. Both of them are going to have to inch forward as much as they can. And the other issue is I don't know how much utility or meds these guys have. Looking at Posa, he has nothing. There's 2 energy drinks between the 2 of them, and that is going to be a big issue. As Cloudzera, I love this aggressive play. These are the types of plays Cloudzera will find the knock that will win you games, though. If executed properly, here comes Posa now. Again, no meds whatsoever, so he's not going to be able to recover that half HP. His helmet also half.
Yeah, but look at Posa. Posa running around the smoke, doing a good job of keeping things wild, but traded. Cloudzera with the double. Cloudzera and Posa down. 1 versus 2. Favor of Zwire. 10 kills for them. They're going to make this a 13-kill win. Kraken with the FAMAS. Eyes on the bike coming in. Smoke at his back. Trying to make sure that he doesn't get 1v2'd. But that's a good grenade right on his.
Oh, just like that, Zwire will clean that one up. Patience on the south side paid off for them. That was again, we talked about before the game even started. What is the issue with Tego? Oftentimes these end games are very open, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Yeah, but I mean,
8
Zwire.
kills. Oh
yeah, 8 kills for Cloudzera. Both of those 2 teams at the end, Zwire and El Proyecto, they came in from the edge. Neither of them went towards the middle of the zone early at all because of what you were saying, how open it was. Tego, in a lot of cases, I mean, this is the same for all maps, but even just a little more for Tego. You got to just take the edge as it is. Who's right next to you? Don't try and win the game from the very first move, from the very first rotation, because it's not good. It's very unlikely going to work out for you that straightforwardly.
Yep, and as we said, some of the teams that needed points like 55 were able to finally get some. As we get ready for our next segment and get ready for the next game, we are going to play some of the highlights as we come right back to you. Stay tuned.
And there we go. It is going to be Zavire that walks away with the victory on that round, but also El Proyecto rocking up a ton of points in and of themselves are now probably going to be in first place on our overall. You guys were talking about kind of the dynamics with the map and how it was going to be handled, but it feels like a lot was lost in the earlier stages, Godspeed, whenever we saw specifically like the Gooners coming in and taking down squad that was in first. We saw Falcons having some rotate problems. Like, yes, the end game was open, but like the mid game was just so hard to navigate, it felt like.
Yeah, even for some of the teams that were rotating late, like we saw on that Northern Bridge side, where I think it was Forever got caught up by one of the teams that was currently setting up over there, which was either LG or El Cadicia. I don't remember. But yeah, we saw a lot of rotational woes early in Tego. Generally, we see teams set up fairly comfortably in Tego, especially with a circle like that, right, Cammy? It wasn't too crazy. It was fairly central. So a lot of teams, and that's kind of what happens when you run into groups out of qualifiers. There's some unfamiliarity. Teams often tend to be where teams normally don't go, or rotations are wonky. So yeah, we saw a lot of that in this game for sure.
Yeah. Well, a lot of decisions in terms of macro, in terms of rotations and all those good things. Oh wow, that was right. El Proyecto are in first place. I didn't believe you at first, but yeah, hey. But anyway, a lot of the meta in terms of is not just like what is the best decision, it's what's the best decision, assuming what we know about all the other teams in the lobby.
Yeah.
And this being the first regional event of the year, even though they play scrims, you're still making a couple of guesses. This is why I say that there's the meta of the tournament that has to develop in the tournament itself. And that's only gotten more complicated when we introduced more and more maps. This was the one Tego that we played today. Tomorrow is going to be a Tego with a completely different set of teams, so you can't expect it to play out the same at all, even if the circle was in the exact same spot. So honestly, you kind of just have to flip a coin sometimes and hope it plays out. But if not, GG next. We're on a new map now.
Well, with this, we got El Proyecto that's in first place with 34 points. El Cadicia is going to be in second at 32. Then a bit of a drop down for Falcons. Luminosity Gaming, bigger drop off down into Bestia, but going to be tied up with Zavire after a stellar performance. Cluzera, 8 kills. My lord, that is a massive step. A third of their total points right now are just the kills that he managed to pick up, Cam.
Yeah. I mean, Zavire fragging. We know that they got some shooters on that team. Can they do it again? That's the big question. They only got 1 point, I think, from the first two rounds so far. So consistency is not exactly their strength yet.
So here, Godspeed, I got to ask.
Please.
Whenever we're looking at Alcazar, whenever we look at what they're managing to do, Gooners just better? Or was it just the fact that they managed to catch a nice flank on him? It was just out of nowhere. It felt like Gooners just dropped right down on QAD.
No, they just caught him in a really good fight, and they just won all of their gunfights. I mean, we saw that Groza try to sing. It just was not enough, and they were able to kind of clap back and basically just wipe them. So very good by Gooners. Again, we said that roster is very strong.
Yeah.
Cammy called them the I don't know if you said the dark horse, but more of a wild card, and they are. I mean, they on any given day, there's not a team in this lobby that I don't think they can compete with, and that's exactly what we just saw.
Well, the Gooners are kind of sneaky whenever you look at it, right? Because like whenever you see Goon on there, a lot of people are like, who even is Goon? Well, Goon is in charge of the Gooners and also known as Greg Shot, who is a historic player in PUBG, as most people are going to be familiar with. So, I mean, there's a lot of history on that. I mean, we got like Simply Mad, Icy Flex, but there's a lot that squad can manage to pick up. So keep drawing our attention back over there. Does it feel like to you guys, I'll throw this one back over to you, Cam, that the lobby is starting to cement in more now? Or if anything, on that last map, did it feel like we're starting to find some of these squads finding their longer stretching legs? I know we're only in the first couple of maps, but we've only got 3 days in this.
Yeah, we only have 1 day of each group collection, right? Like this is the 1 day that A and B is going to combine together. It's one map, Matt. You just said it yourself. We're only 3 maps into this one, and this Tego was even more open than that one Miramar that we saw just previously was. So I'm not going to take too much away from it just yet, to be honest. Like it's just one fight. Alcadizia, they lost one fight. Spire won
Proyecto.
One game.
They're in first right now off of consistency. Were you expecting that coming into this?
I mean, not necessarily, but like we're talking about, I mean, it's early. Any team can take an early lead, but Proyecto's playing well, to their credit.
Yeah.
They're absolutely playing well, and that's what we absolutely love to see. And I mean, looking at the roster, you can expect them to play well, right? You have Haven, you have Posa, Kraken, like Gisera. Are we really surprised that they happen to be, doing this good this early? No, not surprised at all. But Yeah.
It's basically Luna Galaxy plus Gizera, and Luna Galaxy was the best Latin American team last year. I think it was pretty clear at the end that they were just better than Legacy. So,
I mean, it just hurts whatever you're looking at. It was specifically with how they're managing to navigate so much of what's going to be going on. It looks like we're getting ready to jump into just game number 3 in here in 1 second. I will say though, guys, game number 4, I'm sorry. Yes, we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and switch it over. New map, new time, plane path down in the south, cutting just right through the middle of everything. You guys take it away.
Take it away. We will, Cameron.
Take it where?
Do you know
where are we going?
To the
test track?
Test track? I'm
Again?
not sure. Again, as it always does. I mean, yeah, these circles will either end somewhere around the south, like I'm specifically looking at Tin Long Garden, or most of them have gone like towards that stadium area or like test track. I finally did have a just regular pub game that ended in Jadena City. It was very weird and awkward, as I predicted it would be. I just don't like Jadena City, dude. I'm sorry. it's like, I like this map a lot. I just do not like Jadena City. I can't. I'm not a fan.
It is weird. It is a weird city. Its position on the map is weird. Its layout with the river is weird. Clausera trying to go around this tree is weird.
That tree is just
guarding
him. It's like Rodman guarding someone in the NBA. He was not getting away.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
No,
but yeah, we're going to get a test track.
It is. Yeah, it is going to happen there. I do think that it can be over-exaggerated how test track favored this map is. The reason why that is, if you're unfamiliar with the observations of this map, let's call it that, is because of the unplayable nature of a lot of the mountains, is that it kind of just by happenstance forces it towards test track throughout the round. And so with the circle here that we just saw, there are a couple of unplayables to the north. This could hard shift to the north and play around that river, but if that doesn't happen, it is likely going to end to the west of test track. So that's what we're talking about. I do think that it's a little over criticized sometimes, but it does certainly have standing in our observation of how the circles tend to work out.
Before I get on to I'm just curious, how do you actually feel about Rondo as a map?
I really liked it when it first came out. At the very least, it is certainly something that is incredibly different. It is the fact that
it's just so large, right?
And it's got some open areas. It's like, how did I describe it? It's you come to the late game a lot earlier than you usually do, and that means that the final 2-team, 3-team standoffs can be interesting because you can take your time with it. There's a lot more open area, more rotation, sort of playing the footsie game around each other with less third parties because you're already down to 2 or 3 teams. But the open areas can be difficult sometimes. The unplayables can be difficult sometimes. And the fact that it is unique to the rest of the map pool, I think, does mean that it has value being in with everyone else.
Yeah, and last year when we introduced this map as well, I talked to a lot of the players, as we all did. And the consensus is they actually like this map. For the most part, a lot of the players like the map. They like the ability to rotate fairly free. Again, this is a very unique map in the sense that it is 8x8, but it's almost entirely covered by landmass, right? And most of that landmass is playable, whereas, Erangel, Miramar, you have a lot of unplayable areas. And the other cool thing about even just casting or watching this game in comp is we've been able to see pretty much the majority of the landmass in competitive play at some point. We initially, like you said, remember we used to have a lot of stadium circles ending. Then we went to test track constantly, and then we started going down to the south. We started to see Tin Long Garden, Jinlong, and then we started going to the east around some of the areas over on that side. So we've pretty much been everywhere, except I will say I don't think we have been to the west or southwest once. Or very often in any competitive play. I cannot remember a single circle that has ended there.
I want to say maybe it was a scrim that I saw last year that went there, but it's not a common place for us to go. And as you can see on the map, we're not going there again this time around. You have to wait till at least tomorrow in Americas before we see that. Luminosity now rotating in through Mayran, hugging the river, making sure that no one in Knox Factory or Test Track would have an angle on them to stop their rotation, cut them off at the knees before they even get the game started.
And moving off to the rest of the teams, we also have, Empire that is set up quite nicely there towards the center, just to the east of Stadium. You have Falcons also set up, as well as El Proyecto, and a lot of teams now starting to trickle in. We have a clump there down to the southwest, but the north also has 2 teams that are going to be contesting with Outlaws and Goon. So most of these teams finding their way into the circle. Again, that's generally how the early Rondo game works. Neox Factory also completely open, and then you still have some teams all the way in the outskirts. I mean, I'm looking at Zvire all the way down to Forever, all the way on the south side.
I think this is the first game, I mean, with the hot drop that we saw game 1 and 2 on Miramar, and then I think there was an early engagement previously on Diego. This is probably the first time that we haven't seen any action in the first almost 5 minutes. Now, with so many teams all rotating in with similar timing, I'm looking down towards the south dots right now. They're not too far from Gadizia to the east, and 55 are right in front of them. So I'm thinking there was a big chance of a fight starting to break out, even though it has, it looks like it might be a slower beginning to the round. I don't think it's going to last. They're going to stay that way for too much longer.
Dude, the awkward thing about just this circle in general and the team's positioning you were talking about is just test track. Test track is that multi-layered setup, and then generally when one of the teams gets that high ground, they're able to at least farm early enough before they're pressured from their backline that they can get a healthy amount of kills. The problem is going there early now is just such a risk with how many teams are ending up bunching around that area. But if this does indeed end towards test track, just look for teams to actually take the top side of that track and just farm. I mean, it can be devastating when you have a team up there.
Yeah, the problem is getting out of there. That's the real thing. Getting in
true.
And out can be hard. So it's a full commitment. When we talk about committing into a city, I think it's probably harder to get into and out of test track, especially if you have to go in later in the game, which is the only time that it would be worth it at all, is when you can guarantee that it's going to stay there for a bit longer, which certainly not the case now in phase 1.
Yeah, getting down from test track, especially when Circle's not on you and everyone, you've just harassed half the server, and they're like, oh, you have to move now? Oh, okay. Sure, let's see how that works out.
Yeah, we're totally going to let you get away with being annoying for the past 10 minutes. Yeah, come on, please, after you. Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, you're a wrestler now. Okay. Anyways, as we see Dots starting to move in, and that actually is going to be right behind, is that 55?
Yeah.
It is.
Sure
it
is.
Indeed 55.
They're just backfilling them.
So I had to adjust my bifocals. I'm getting old.
Oh, man. You don't have trifocals yet? Come on, you got to catch up. The new technology.
Speaking of trifocals, we have 3 teams in a triangle with each other. It's going to be Working in Silence, Alcadizia, and then potentially Dangerous. All just right around that test track area we were talking about. Michael is going to find some shots over towards Outlaws, though fortunately for the Outlaws, nothing is hit yet.
Yeah, but they're ping-ponging between... They're ping-ponging between Empire and Sortitos. I don't think they're in a particularly comfortable spot. They're alive for now just because there is enough space in phase 1, but they are going to be victims of the moment for phase 2. And even if the circle does shift onto them, they're not going to be able to defend it particularly well. They're developing a nice split, but the fact that they're so close to not just Empire, but also Sortitos playing out of Stadium makes me very, very worried.
Team Falcons in somewhat of a split themselves, right? It's a little more tame, but does give them a lot of control. Here we go, right underneath test track. RBN looking... Oh no, Simply Matt! Oh no, not like this! Oh, it's just down to what? Oh my goodness, Bunt though!
Leave it to Bunt to use the Panzerfaust. He says it's a specialty. I say he forces it. Let history be the decider on that one. But yeah, this is just not a good send by Gooners. I'm not even quite sure why they felt it necessary to send it to test track so early to begin with. They came all the way in from the north, but this is still phase 1, and now Bunt is stuck in a 1 versus 3 with Working in Silence. Has the JS9, has a frag grenade, but getting pushed very, very quickly.
Oh my god. Oh! He almost got it! That nade almost got it. That would have been so sick for Bunt if he was able to pull that off. But the damage has been done to working in silence, at least for now. And you know, Al Qadisiyah is going to push onto that and clean up those kills. And look at this circle shift all the way to the east with just a little south variance. That is a brutal circle for what we just started with.
Yeah, and actually Al Qadisiyah, I think they were waiting to push, but the second they saw the circle, they pulled away from it, and they're going to be going towards the east, south of Nox Factory, backfilling Bestia, because again, in hardships, you know the side of the circle that's closer to the edge is going to be significantly more empty, but Empire do not have that opportunity, do not have that option. They got to just go send it from the west edge through Falcons. They're alive for now. I can't believe that they're alive for now, all four making their way through. Falcons didn't get one of them. Listen, there was a lot of tree cover, a lot of hill cover, but man, Empire was very lucky with that. Send! Not so much for Varus. Goes down.
Yeah, Varus and Sir. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Just got Sertinos didn't look too good, but that's a nice recovery.
Movie with an angle. Ooh. TLS is down. LARB looking to answer. And there it is. The annihilation onto forever by Sertinos.
Does that icon that they have, by the way, make you hungry as well? Like for a cookie? Like it actually looks very, very appetizing. It's very appetizing.
Does it?
Logo.
It looks like the hardest cookie ever. I'm gonna break my teeth on that thing.
Sorry, maybe that's just my weight talking, but I haven't eaten today, so
okay, I think it's that.
Grasping at straws, but here we go. Yeah, as far as that Empire rotation, you're right. There was a lot of trees and a lot of cover for them to actually make it. Otherwise, that would have been risky for sure. But they've actually landed right below Zvire, so that's going to be a good spot for them for now. But Al Qadisiyah will be the ones to also contest them on the south side. They had an opportunity to push working in silence, but as soon as they saw that circle, that was actually a saving grace for working in silence. And now Al Qadisiyah is set up right to the west of where Firefly is, next to Neox Factory.
Fake. Getting railed by potentially dangerous, who are caught between a rock and a hard place because there is 55 to their west and then Luminosity directly to their south. Zvire not too far. Empire with that threading the needle send that you were just talking about, not too far from them. And then the Outlaws coming in from north. They were able to pull away from that earlier situation that they were in, but with 14 teams still alive, so many of them on the north here, I don't think this population is going to be able to last much longer. Look how concentrated it is up around potentially dangerous and Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically right on top of each other. At least for Outlaws, the problem is Faravero. If they can skirt that ridge line just on the east side of where we see all these fights happening, they can sneak under and maybe get a good fight on Zvire. The problem is, again, Faravero is holding that angle. So now they're almost being funneled, as you said, into that fight between potentially dangerous as well as 55 and LG. So if anything, that's just impressive from Faravero to recognize that and completely shut that off. I just don't know how the angle is downhill for the Outlaws, but it doesn't matter. Everything I just said doesn't matter. The circle is completely shifted to the west.
Yeah, Outlaws, I mean, what can they do at this point? Just try and copy Empire and send it through this this Y road, but like that, there's no way they're gonna get away with it. Empire had the tree cover and the hill cover. Outlaws aren't gonna have that if they just try and get in their vehicles. So what's the other opportunity? Push on foot and try and take this fight with the dug in, potentially dangerous, and Luminosity, and 55. Take a breath, and Spire, all watching that northern angle. I think Outlaws are in a really rough spot here.
They are, and the correct play might just be to salvage and get as many kills as they possibly can in a third party, because yeah, they have to go through, currently counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different teams, whether they go east or split to the north. So that is a real problem, and one of those teams to the north is going to be the Falcons. So a true test for them indeed, as they're going to decide what's best for them to move forward, whether they salvage or not. Meanwhile, Empire still just kind of chilling underneath Zvire on the south side. So they have good high ground. They have vehicles. They're also geared. Good meds. They're ready for the endgame fight. Let's just assume that they get there with 4, hopefully.
Yeah. I believe we saw Roth with a bit of a scouting maneuver using the emergency pickup. Alcadesia were already on the sub-Nox factory compound, and I think he just went to the sky for a brief moment to see what he can spot around him. But yeah, I think he would have noticed what we all saw, which is everyone is still to the north, and Slabby on a wide flank around. He was originally watching Outlaws, I believe, but now look at this angle that he is behind on the 55 as Outlaws. Yeah, all they can do is try and send it in with vehicles. So the fact that they've only just now lost one, I think is the best that they could have hoped for.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where if a team does like a blind send, can you really blame them? I mean,
Yeah.
It's either that or certain death between multiple teams. So I don't hate it. I mean, and they managed to skate through with what, only losing one so far? That's not bad. It's 55 now. We'll also start their move. Bestia, though, will be the receiving end of where that over the Outlaws rotation went.
Well, thankfully 55 left some vehicles behind. Potentially dangerous, but now Bestia pushing on Outlaws. Outlaws went quite far with that send, all the way into Bestia territory. Nick gets stolen by Shrimsy, but Bestia still have 2 kills on the round so far. Into one, last one up for Outlaws to the west, and I think that's a member of Falcons. Yeah, H-Wing lying in wait, but doesn't matter because Silzen pulls on up the vehicle, clears them out. Outlaws are eliminated in 14th place, and we see Dots with some good damage onto Empire in the kill feed.
Yeah, once again, Gabriel has put himself in a forward position for the rest of his team to regroup on him, as we see Empire Gaming still 3 strong fighting on this east side, and they are all completely cut out. Finna, though, will find a nice kill on the Hot and Spicy, opening up just a small amount of room for them to work with, but they still have to deal with Dots, and then more importantly, Zvire to their north.
More importantly, getting into the zone. That's the start
That
closing
also,
in 35 seconds.
Sure.
Just a small thing. Yeah, nothing much.
Just something to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah, okay, good push now from Falcons onto Bestia. Drafting down. Mime is down at 55. Oh, so much green. So much green. I thought it was Falcons, but they're helping out as well. I believe H-Wing actually got one of those first knocks. Silzen, is he the last one up for Bestia? No, he's got a teammate with Vinny in his vehicle with him, but where can they reasonably go to hang out? If they go too far to the south, they're going to be driving directly into test track, but here comes Luminosity. They've lurked behind. They backfill behind 55, and Trisk, I think, is about to get hit. Ooh, hold that thought. Fire from the north.
This is just such a crazy fight on this slope, on this hillside. It's so open with so many teams still rotating in. You have potentially Dangerous now coming into backstab LG, as you also see Falcons now starting to make their push over to try to make sure that they are able to get those kills. But then you have Bestia, 2 members still kind of in the mix of all of this. This is such a mess. Potentially Dangerous if they can navigate this proverbial minefield of players. There's a lot to gain of control on this north side, but I just don't feel like Falcons is going to give that up, especially the way they've regrouped. They played that compound and making sure they're not overextending. Just great awareness from them, and again, just unfortunate circumstances of the circle in these rotations.
I think that was an emergency cover flare just pulled out by potentially Dangerous, but 55 wouldn't have been able to take advantage of that firing line that Triss was looking to the north because they're getting ruined by a couple other teams around them. Dots pushing on the Bestia. Bliss with 1. Silzen trades. Could go for the revive, but yeah.
Oh,
I can't make it. I can't decide either. I couldn't decide either. Do you go for the revive? Do you go for the kill? I don't even know.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. But either way, yeah, Bestia will go out in 11th. They got... Yeah, they'll take 4 kills. It's not the end of the world for a game like that where things were kind of always in flux and were somewhat on the back foot. I think that's not bad at all for them. Meanwhile, Alcadesia, speaking of not bad, they're now trying to control this side of the circle, which would give them a massive advantage. They're now starting to collapse. D!
That's not good. The Coop has very little cover. Rello needs to get activated now. The spray comes out, but isn't able to find the knock. It's actually Talamix that takes Andrea out. He finds Jappa, but Roth goes down to Kane. So Alcadesia, okay, they hold, they win the fight, but it could have been a lot cleaner with the blue closing in, the damage, the health bar is very, very low. They're going to be limping in, and Zavire are in the perfect position to clean them out.
Dude, what is this circle? Look, we have 1 member of Dots dead center. All of Falcons out off onto the north, trying to push potentially dangerous. And then you just have some super far eastern edge teams. I mean, this is, again, one of those circles. It's just so barren in the center. These are hard to play.
Yeah. I don't blame Falcons for taking this one slow. A slow approach, get a couple kills here and there on the edge. Really just... You're not looking to start fights here, you're looking to end them. And that sounds like an obvious thing to say for PUBG in general, but I think that's especially important in a circle like this. Same thing we said about Tago the previous game. You don't want to get run into a fight when there's no cover to block you from getting third-partied. So Falcons now still looking for cleaner opportunities. Good damage on the Ollie. Can't confirm the knock, but this is such a good position. This little watchtower that H-Win is in, that just applying pressure consistently is the name of the game.
Looks like pressure is exactly what they want to continue to apply, as Zvire is trying to get rid of the remnants here of potentially dangerous. There's 3 left at least, but Cloud0 will go down, and that's going to actually come from D. Theraz will clean that one up.
Hold, how are Alcadesia back up with 3? They were on death's door, but Spire now, I mean, their attention must have been on potentially dangerous for a while, because they're going to be forcing this fight down into the low ground, down into the valley.
Yeah, and that's a big mistake. Letting Alcadesia recover is just not it. I mean, some of the teams that were putting the screws onto them, one of them did get wiped, right? And I don't think that El Proyecto was close enough to really capitalize, but this could be an issue for the rest of the lobby. Especially 3 strong east side control pushing on Zvire. Like, they are about to get in a very strong position.
But watch Falcons, they're trying to abuse this high ground as well. Shrimsy takes Relo down. Yeah, Falcons now are in the best position in this game. They've kind of let everyone choke themselves out, and they already have 6 kills, but they were kind of picking up a few here and there. It wasn't any sort of really big, loud engagement. Oh, that's a grenade.
Oh, that grenade!
Rivero!
Oh. Taken out anyway, though, and they just go for his head onto Alcadesia, but it just does not work out. As Falcons, I thought there was much more of a ridge there for AQ. There is not. I mean, it is flat over there.
But hey, now we're in the end game. A phase or 2 early. It's only now phase 6, and we're down to our top 4. 4v4, v3, v1. The solo player of Shane Doe on Dots has been crying, shaking, hugging himself in that shack with all of these shots and just chaos surrounding him. No, really what is happening is that he has his attention on that doorway into the shack, and the second it opens, he's going to let loose.
You're just sitting there listening and waiting. Being in that position when you're the last one alive in your team in comp it's so annoying, because you're just constantly on edge. You're waiting for someone to crash you. I mean, granted, if you keep getting center circle and there's teams around you that protect you, it's great. It's wonderful because you're fine.
Yeah, got free placement points, but you hear the rustling of a leaf. You're like, oh, am I getting pushed? Because you're
guys, shut up, comms, shut up, comms. It's just everyone has.
Because you can't even this is first person still, guys. You can't get information unless you give yourself unless you make yourself available to get shot.
Put yourself out there, essentially.
You're in that shack. You have no clue what is around you. You got to use your ears only, and that has its limitations.
Falcons now taking another controlled sweep here on the west side. They're going to be cruising right into the safe spot in the circle. Again, looking at how open it is, just make a vehicle for it. And they're going to start to spread out and take control. They have to know someone's in that shack, right? Yep, here comes the blue zone nade.
I mean, with the vehicles there, they have to. Double blue zone forces Shane out. Still alive. Okay, still alive, but Shrimsy goes down. And Proyecto! Oh, God, Falcons, they're so good. Godspeed, they're so good.
They are very good. And Quinn, very good with that. MK14, he's going to find a knock there. Shrimsy down, should be able to be res. 6 kills, though, 4 of which have gone Quinn's way. Don't sleep on him. Is now Kickstart, should be moving in, and here he goes towards the rest of his team. Anchor position is safe, no one going on the wrap, but I do see Alcadesia potentially going for that wrap on the north, which could spell big issues for Falcons.
Yeah.
If they're not wary of it. Win will go
Yeah.
up to 5 kills, 7 for Falcons.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is 100% the right move for Falcons to get these kills and eliminate these players when they have the advantage of the high ground and push down on away from the encroaching blue. But it does open up the flank potential for D, and he is going to be taking that. And so Falcons, I mean, you know, part of their attention is going to be back that way, and they want to finish this fight as quickly as they can. Shane Doe does go down to a molly by Shrimzy, top 3, and now they pull away. Yeah, exactly. They are expecting this flank by Alcadizia.
I love this from Falcons, though. Again, recognizing that that is now a threat. Sure, they had Kick up there. He was the anchor, but he had to move down. He had to support the rest of the team. So giving that up is one thing, but forgetting about it is another, and that is not what the Falcons have done here. Meanwhile, Kraken from El Proyecto looking for a easy frag pickup here onto Rello. That nade is beautiful, as it will land at the feet of Rello. And that causes big issues, but it's stolen by Shrimzy.
What was it, 10 kills for Falcons right now?
So, it's either 8, 9, or 10. Yeah, lost track. 10 kills. It says they're right there on the leaderboard. I don't know if you know that, Cameron, but I did not.
Oh, gee, thanks. Yeah,
So
I was missing it.
I'm glad you pointed it out. As Gizera, the last one left for El Proyecto.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been too good for El Proyecto this game. And again, can't really blame them. There's so little space. They're coming through test track, I believe. They weren't really giving many opportunities because so much of the fighting was happening on the north side. So the fact that they were able to make it into the late game and get minimum 3rd place makes this an okay game, an all right game. But Falcons, with so many kills, potentially winning this whole thing, they might drop out of 1st place by that alone.
Yeah, and this has just been a waiting game at this point for the Falcons, right? On that west side, they have complete control. You see Kick start flexing into the center of circle, and they have both anchor positions trained on the south and north side. So really, it's just about Falcons not making any mistakes, making sure they are playing fundamentally sound. And yeah, I mean, this realistically should be a Falcons win. But anything can happen, especially when 1 or 2 of them get knocked. There is still a duo up top and a solo down to the south. So, you know, we've seen it many times before where, you know, inadvertently these fraction teams will work together and take out a full 4-man. So,
and I mean, maybe I'm still so scrim-pilled, but seeing D, aka Fadeaway, aka Monster, and Cowboy on the same team still up, I'm finding it. My brain just cannot full commit onto a Falcons prediction right now. There's something about those 2 players that I'm like, until they're gone, I don't know. You gotta be careful.
That's fair. This angle, though, is very filthy from Tig.
Yeah.
Very, very filthy. We'll see if he gets anything out of it. Xera is going to have to move here. Yep. And that is the signal. Circle has posted. It is centered up. Phase 8. And Tig only wants one thing and one thing only, and he wants Xera.
Yeah, I think it's in Gizera's best interest to deny to the blue right now. He knows how much open space is around him. If Cowboy and D get a knock or 2, then he can maybe make a decision, peek out, see what's available. But at the moment, I think Gizera, especially knowing where everyone is on the leaderboard, they don't have the detail that we do at the leaderboard on the left of the screen, but they know more or less who is around them and who has been doing well. It's early in group stage, but it is still something to consider. The expected value for Gizera right now, I would say, is denying.
Maybe. I mean, it is early in the tournament at one point, but sure, either way. I mean, he could try to survive out, and hopefully Alcadizia dies first, he gets second, but regardless, the issue for both these teams, as we said, is just control. I mean, Falcons just has way too much control, but at least he'll make that cross for now and maybe survive out Alcadizia.
Okay.
It's not looking that way, though.
No. Tickleton didn't get too much damage on Gizera. So he was able to get behind that smoke, but so much utility being thrown in that direction. And I was going to say potential opportunity for Alcadizia, but no, they go down. So, hey, listen, you and Gizera are right. And now, once he is 2nd place, then he denies. So he was able to guarantee that extra point on top of outlasting Alcadizia. But Falcons, at the end, come out with another win. 13-kill victory. it was not a slow start, but it was certainly a quiet, reserved start until they had the moment to strike, and then the game was theirs.
Yeah, we had some excitement in the beginning. It was really more so a slow burn, right? The start was fairly quick as far as the teams that were trying to rotate early. But yeah, once that first shift happened, we saw so many teams go down, and Falcons just happened to take the best advantage of the position that they had, and they flexed out and did what Falcons do. That being said, another great game from Alcadesia, a nice attempt at salvaging the game from potentially dangerous, especially when they were kind of caught in that early game fight with LG. But yeah, overall, Cammy, I mean, it was solid rondo. We take those.
Yeah, really good rondo. But hey, we have 2 more games left. We are moving over to Erangel, so don't go anywhere. We are going to quick highlights. And then, back to talk a little bit more. But we have Erangel coming up for the last 2 games of the night, so don't go anywhere. We will see you in just a minute.
Yeah, big game for them. Another solid showing as well from Alcadesia, and then potentially dangerous again, just showing some pretty good consistency with working in silence there. And El Proyecto, again, another one of those teams, just super solid, finding kills, salvaging games where they can, and just continuing to climb up the leaderboard. Cammy, as far as the teams on the right side, what do you think about, like, for instance, Forever and Outlaws? Because they were caught in some rather unfortunate and annoying situations, and just some of our last games in general, right? Like getting caught on the edge of rotations.
I mean, both of those teams are, I would consider, underdogs in this lobby, in this whole group stage. And the unfortunate part of that is not only are you, arguably, potentially just not as strong in the firefights themselves, that leads to not being able to assert your dominance in rotation. So you kind of have to come in delayed, have to come in late, have to see what scraps are left behind, and you can see that it's just very difficult to make a good game out of that situation.
Yeah, it's confidence. I agree.
There's a lot to be looked at, specifically whenever we're navigating the later stages of that circle and how you have to maneuver through it. And it's getting to be, I think that this is the most known circle that we have in PUBG, right? Whenever we get to the later stages around test track, everybody knows how this plays because we've seen it so much. But now we got to throw that to the side. We've got Erangel. We are going to take a quick break. Let these 2 guys catch their breath for just a second. I didn't give them a break in the last one, so I at least got to give them a minute. So we will be back in just a few moments. Thank you guys so much, and stay tuned in for Erangel.
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, guys. So it is time to move over into the tried, the true, what everybody knows. And this is going to be the halfway point for these two different groups moving through the group stages. So they've got to make sure that they're navigating these last two games very, very clean. We've seen repeat performances, even on our wildcard maps, Camp, from pretty much the same couple of teams. But our cutoff is top 8. Do you think the fact that we're going to have some new teams step into this one, now that we're going to be moving over to Erangel?
Well, like 2 new teams stepping into the top 8? It's possible. Like, I got to relook at the overall leaderboard to see. Potentially Danger is currently in 7th place, I think is potential, but it really is just got to look at the teams below them. 55 Esports being in 16th place overall, that's the big outlier that I see on the bottom half. I would have expected Gooners to do better, maybe Empire Gaming, but I mean, 55 are a regional partner team, and, you know, they don't have the same pedigree of like Luna Galaxy or Legacy had the past year or two, but 16th place is not, I think, what anyone would be expected from that squad.
The Gooners live their own life, man. They either go and take down Alcadisia or they explode in Circle 1. Whenever you run that type of strategy, it's a double-edged sword, and sometimes the sword doesn't bounce the way you want it to go. So with this, let's go ahead, send everything up, plane path, go on off, you guys take it away.
And what a absolutely vanilla plane we have to start with on our vanilla map here of Wrangle, but a good opportunity for all the teams to get to the loot spots they want and then, you know, set up the rotations they want. So as far as the question Matt asked you, Cameron, I think the top 8 is obviously wide open. It's still very early. It's very, very early to tell as far as who's going to break into it or not. But 55, yeah, is a team that I would like to see just do a little more, or at least get something more out of some of these games, even if they have to salvage points-wise.
Right. Yeah, no, obviously, like, the top 8 or not is not going to be set in stone. Here, it's more so about putting yourself in a good position going into the second day of groups, and this circle 1, it tried to run as far away from the plane path as it could. This is about 30% water, and then if you, I mean, there's got to be one
if you add in the lake.
It's
like 40%, right?
Like 1 or 2 teams are probably going to have to stay south of the river, but that means like only a third of this map is going to be on like what we're going to consider playable terrain.
Yeah, and we've seen, fortunately, so many of these circles that they do tend to play out in a similar fashion. A lot of teams will initially go around that shooting range Severity area, then you'll have the bunch up near that road just on the south, the dirt road where you have all the pryos. And then even Crossroads will be taken just south of the Severny. So most of these teams are going to be looking to rotate early, get in those spots as early as possible. And realistically, even set up a camp at Cube would be great across crates. I mean, that is a really good spot to cut off rotations. A lot of people will be coming from that rotation as well from that side on the west. You have people going from South George and North George. So it's going to be, it's going to be similar as far as what we're used to seeing. It's just how these teams navigate the timings. Timing is everything in a lobby. You were talking about it earlier, right, Cammy?
Yeah.
Teams will really focus on just a few as far as who rotates around them, and then they will make sure that they just have the best timing. But again, in a lobby like this, an open lobby, it's much more difficult, and that's where we start to see a lot of the rotational issues.
Falcons, not even going to go for a rotation. They are using an emergency pickup very, very early. This does mean that they're not going to have any vehicles to play out the rest of the game unless they can find a couple of spawns around Severny or wherever they go. However, the reason why they're doing this is because look at what's in front of them that they're currently flying over. The rotation from Pochinki into the northern section does kind of suck unless you want to take a wide wrap towards the east around Yasnaya. But already, and Falcons should be aware of this, already there are so many teams making similar rotations, so they would just be joining in on the rat race. I don't blame them for doing this emergency pickup at all, even with the downsides. And no, Hot Spicy pulled away because of Proyecto. They wanted this warehouse.
Where's Sonic's... my goodness, where is Falcons going to drop? I really need to cut that out. Falcons are, it looks like they're actually going to drop somewhere near around Severny or even maybe on top of this warehouse. And you can see El Proyecto actually just opting to go off, maybe take the next compound over. This is going to be free for them, so not a bad choice.
And they're leaving Kraken behind. I was going to say, this compound is great, but it's even more powerful if you can pair it with that warehouse. Posa is playing in between, probably not going to stick around there for too long, but certainly for phase one, it's not the worst split. But Falcons, they are going to land towards the north. This does give them the biggest chance of finding vehicles, which is why I think they're playing it. Look, Tiggleton's going to get one. There's probably one that I think that Trimsy is grabbing towards the west. So they have something to play out of. Unfortunately, this position is going to be very difficult to find any information from. But hey, they don't have to take part in any of whatever is happening over here between Spire and Legacy. The center position, just to the north of the lake, this is what people are going to be fighting over, at least in phase 1 and 2. Is that a 2x on a Dragunov?
It is.
Matt.
It is. It is. I mean, you work with what you got, right?
I guess.
And as far as we watch this madman with the 2x Dragunov, I will say Falcons' decision to go north there and make sure they at least secure vehicles, get, as you said, away from all the early game fighting was a wonderful decision from them. Meanwhile, though, you want to talk about decisions that are either going to pay off or not, it's going to be Goon Squad going straight into Crossroads. This is the west side of this compound. And it's going to be up to Dots to actually defend this. You see a Panzer out in Bunt. 2 members down. It's just down to now Bunt and Simply Matt. He is going to rush in. He's got to be careful of that backblast, though. It could knock him as well.
Listen, you got to play the gamble. You got to play the gamble. But yeah, they were able to track that Bunt pushed into this building. They should expect that it's going to be Panzer they're up against. Free fire comes out, but it doesn't matter. Well, it also doesn't matter for Goon, even with that knock, because they do get eliminated. But hey, at least you have a fun little clip for your Panzer reel after that one.
I mean, that was, you could argue that's like a game-winning play for Goons, right? They're like, you know what? Crossroads is dead center. It always ends around Crossroads. Yeah. We know there's multiple teams there. If we're under-geared, look, we go there, we kill a team that actually has gear, we lead up, and then we hold. So I get it, but it just, just happened to not work for them in that situation. They got dealt with by Dots.
Yeah, that one really good, well-placed grenade to find that first initial double knock. The problem is attacking a compound, if you don't even just one knock before you send it, can help so much on a push. But Dots defend. And you could argue whether Goons rushed that or not. They just saw the opportunity and went for it. But making sure you get that initial knock or just putting some damage and putting them on the back foot. Either way, good hold from Dots, as a lot of the teams have now decided to start to make their push towards the center of the circle. You do see El Proyecto. They're still holding that eastern compound. It looks like they're actually splitting the compound in the warehouse that they were just at. And looks like the Outlaws are right there. Falcons still up to the north. And 55 coming in super late up on the northeast. And 55 looks to be camping. There's no reason why they'd be hanging around that Kameshki road for as long as they are. I don't know if they're expecting Al Khadizia or not, because they're coming in through Povka. As we're watching Zvire again in this sort of more centralized back and forth. Bestia to the east of Cloudzera, solo player. And he goes out.
What is their play here, Cam? Do they? Yeah, they just pull out. I don't think it's worth it here.
No, it's not. And this position by Bestia is very weird. Like, it looks super open because it is, but in this circle, there actually isn't that much of a threat to them yet.
No. There's nobody on the south side. Literally no one. They are the southernmost team currently, like, as far as direct south. Yeah, you have some teams like potentially Dangerous. You also have Sortito, like, coming in, but they are nowhere near any angles. So this is good positioning so far by Bestia, and they are aware of it. They're looking around to make sure that they can't get flanked.
Yeah.
Well, especially because the south side of that hill is actually facing above, so they have cover from that as well.
Right.
LG doesn't have an angle on them, so yeah, this is good.
Yeah, and the reason why they're not pushing into the gas station that Rebo gave up is just because that safety that you're talking about with that ridge line from the south and the visual cover with the trees to the north. They probably won't stay there, depending on where phase. Like, even if they're still in the zone, but it's certainly good for now. But working in silence, hanging out in Severny, they've been playing with Forever for a little bit. Forever have the exit angle, as well as 2 players playing outside of Severny to the west. So working in silence don't actually have the best spot in terms of rotations, because like to the east is going to be Falcons, but flip side, Forever are more split, their attention is split, so if all working in silence need is one knock on either of the 2 players in Severny and the game gets flipped.
Yeah, and Forever, for their take, it was just trying to cover as much as they possibly can while still maintaining some form of presence and severity, like you were saying. So I like this from them, but they do need to be careful. If they overcommit, again, as you said, it's going to be a problem for them, and it also could be a problem for working in silence. We'll see. But aside from them, it's actually another team. It's Firefly. Firefly have so far as far as overall positioning in early circles, I've liked what they're trying to set up every single game.
Ooh, Alcadizio with a glider scout by Rello. They did avoid the 55 alleged camp. They instead cut through Stallber, and phase 2 sticks to the north, pulls away from the river. Still a bit of water in play, but this shouldn't be too disruptive to most teams. The Falcons now, their position is suddenly a lot better.
Yeah, they have the gas station. They have the gas station, and I'm pretty sure they could send, or they might already have one sent over to the shelf, just to the south of that gas station, which is also very strong to help control the beach line, because you just get more of an angle on those rotations, and it looks like they are trying to cut that off indeed, but actually getting tagged by Rello in the glider. So harassment there, and finally, the double nade! Huge by Paradrito.
Yes, but working on silence, they're looking to steal. Forever holding this position, and backup has arrived, but that's not where you want to park your vehicle. Those tires are going to be gone. That UAZ is no longer going to be usable. But hey, they got at least 1 kill. And Falcons now, they're defending against a push from Fire. A lot more aggressive of a push here. H1 with a knock.
H1 very careful, but he gets cut from the windows. Fadevero will find that one. We'll get the one that he had knocked flushed out. So still 3 up though. Kickstart in trouble. And the rest of the Falcons now trying to come, but Rebo with a knock on that nade. It is starting to fall apart for the Falcons, and they just have to give this up. Nice hold there, nice crash, I should say, by Zwire.
Yeah, I think Falcons were still in the process of figuring out where they wanted to play out from, and so timing, just Zwire came in with a really, really good angle, really good velocity there, taking H1 down, taking Kickstart down. Empire, and potentially Dangerous, playing outside of the zone. Potentially Dangerous have been rotating in from the southwest coastline of Erangel for quite a while. And now Adam's going to try and disrupt the rotation further. Not going to land too much damage. So Labby actually swaps away from that angle.
Empire
and
is
they're through.
They've been slow rolling this southwest
Rello?
side.
Did he get bolted from He got. Did he get bolted
Wait.
from the glider?
Or just
'Cause
knocked? I
He
don't
got
know.
fall damaged. Yeah, that's how he got taken down.
Maybe he forgot to pull?
Well, he got he got hit in the head, but like,
I know. I kid.
oh man,
Down he
I don't
goes,
know if we have a
though.
replay of that, but gotta see how that
Empire,
happened.
though, again, doing a really great job of finding that patience, and they're just slow rolling the southwest side of the circle. They now find themselves in. They still have vehicles. I like this. Their issues are going to be when they get pushed or potentially pressured by potentially dangerous. But overall, they have a nice position here to work right above shooting range. So, again, really like to see that. Great positioning. Not surprising at all when we look at the players on that team, especially Adam, right? We always know Adam to be a very intentional player when it comes to his rotations. And look at this.
Oh my God, Gizera with the who says bolt actions aren't meta?
M24, just right to the dome.
Oh, thank you, production, for that replay. We absolutely had to see that.
Rilla was flying very low, though. Was he trying to land, or was he out of gas?
I think he was. I think he was trying to land.
Oh, man. That is unfortunate to be plucked out of the sky like that, like a cherry. Just yoink. Gizero trying to find a second knock here with his M24 bolt. And his sights are aimed at the LG boys at the Alamo.
Listen, at this point, he can hit whatever he wants. I believe. Headshot. Gizera, wait a second! The bolter gets bolted. And
one for
LG are
one,
now,
homie.
oh no,
What's
sorry,
up?
not LG. Sortitos sending it to the little ridge to the east of Severny. Good grenade by Scooby, but can't overextend.
He wanted it. I could tell he wanted it bad. He was ready to push, but smart to pull back on that one as they were open from the barn just in case there's issues there, or even just from Crossroads in general. That is an open road, and now it looks like there is going to be a push coming from LG, and that's a nice pull away from El Proyecto. They're going to just grab Gizera and get out of there.
Yeah. Good retreat. Had to give up that spot. LG find a really good position and potentially dangerous. They have been traveling for years. Longest road trip of the day. And they're alive for now, but they still haven't found a place to land at. And Dots are still defending this position at the crossroads. Down towards Empire. Grenade comes out from Rybo. Too cooked, but the angle looks nice for the trajectory that potentially dangerous were on.
And with the Falcons now moving 55 and Alcadisi are really the ones to battle it out for this east side. You do have Outlaws, though. I would love to see Outlaws get a third-party cam. Just get some involvement where they're not the ones getting shot at, and they're actually putting some pressure on these other teams.
Blue zone. Frost is down. I don't know if that frag grenade is going to find much, but
Oh, there's no way that landed in there, right?
yeah.
Okay.
That was I guess like a panic grenade, not in the sense of like, oh god, I'm dead, but like I really want to confirm this point because we're inside the so far.
Well, Severny's just another issue in and of itself, because if this shifts even just slightly to the east, it's going to cut them out, and all those teams are just going to have to battle for survival, or even just battle to salvage points. Because getting out of Severny at this point, with what's surrounding it and how many teams are currently in a position to receive those rotations out, is just going to be really difficult.
I'm assuming they have vehicles and tires left, but now
Right.
Empire coming in from the south, they find a little shelf spot, the shack just to the south of the warehouse. Dealt a big bunch of damage by Bestia, and we know that, oh yeah, there they go. There was the push. They got grenades, El Proyecto. But Bestia could be deterring them from pushing further.
And for Empire, again, getting into this spot, they rotated, they slow rolled it from the southwest. The fact that they made it here and now they're in a spot where they can just kind of sit back, make sure they don't get pushed, and then just wait for the chaos around them to subside in third party. I mean, again, great decision making here from the Empire squad.
But holding on to this position now that we see phase 4 pulls away from the water as it is programmed to do. Quite a bit far away, actually. Good for LG, good for El Proyecto. And Sortitos. They're in a... I don't know, how do you feel about this position? Because on one hand, they could potentially get a good number of kills. On the other hand, they could also easily get overrun, and even if they do survive, to then extend that power into the late game seems pretty... rough. Oh shit, hold that thought. 55 are sending it! And Tiggleton is holding.
Yeah, expect no less. Even gets the little feetsies to finish off 55. Tiggleton and Shrimsy, I mean, really just taking that situation, taking care of 55 while Shrimsy made sure to have his back. And that's not surprising at all. But back to your point about Sortito, I think they're just in the best position to gatekeep as much as they can. And then once they scoop up all those points, just, yeah, sure. If you get in, great. If not, then at least you got all the kills from the teams that were rotating through you in Severny. Or, I mean, other case scenario, a lot of these teams try to rotate towards the north, go around, and then they can just backfill and still pick up some of those points once the circle posts. So overall, they're in a good position for kills and points. I'll say that.
Firefly do get eliminated in 14th place. They tried to take this path to the north of Severny, but taken out by working in silence. Shots by Opriecto, a knock onto Bestia. Bestia went to the east. Their position down south was cut out by this next zone shift. And they're trying to play around this ridge, similar to how they were playing earlier to the east of that gas station. This is minutes ago, so don't need to remember the exact pathing line of every single player and every single team into these games. The point is, they're here now, got the revive, but they have a shack and a small little ridge.
It's not much, but it's theirs. So they're going to have to work with that for now, as we're starting to see the mess that is Severny start to unfold. And the good thing here for Sortito is they're not really being pressured by any of the other teams above them. That's why I like EMP as well as Opriecto, because there's just the angles aren't there. So Sortito can just free farm this as long as they play it correctly. There are a few members coming up on the ridge. That flash is going to land right in NCLS's lap, as now this is starting to get tricky. Zvire should be engaging on this soon if they hear this third-party fight. And you even see working in silence now on the north side picking off.
Yeah.
Sortito's about to get pinched hard.
Kind of a bold pathing by working in silence, how open that is up there, but this is giving them such a great angle to stop Forever's push down, deal extra damage to Sortito, so now they have the advantage here. The circle does pull away from this position, but this is, I think, what working in silence would want. Oh, Mortar's coming in, but working in silence, they're just going to take care of it with good old trusty regular firearms.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well that working in silence was able to get across that road on the north side. I think maybe Sortito was just so tunnel visioned on what was going on closer to them, or maybe they just smoked it and we didn't see. But either way, great play from working in silence, picking up 7 kills total this game, and now working their way on the north side to try to sweep out Zvire and the rest of the teams up there. We'll see if they can do it though. Varus is going to find Beal.
Yeah, that's not great. Even if there was cover, it wouldn't be worth it to revive just because of the timing of the blue, and they have a long way to run into likely Zvire's line of sight, but they're just going to be taking this fight. They're going to kind of end this here and now.
The other thing, if you're Sortito, is you don't have any vehicles left. I mean, all those vehicles are basically toast. I think the US got blown up. The Dacia they had there is the tires are gone, so I'm not sure if they have a vehicle, but Roth will find Tig, so one member of Falcons will get knocked, and Gizera will bolt someone else. Gizera is just bringing the bolt back, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, but hey, Dots, they're sending it onto that warehouse, so no more playing around with long-range engagements, even with preparing for battles, waiting for Dots to just get... Oh my god, Panzer and M249? My kind of guy.
That's a combo right there. It should be good enough. We'll see if it's effective enough, if he hits that Panzer, or if he's just going to be blind the whole time. Joshy coming in. He's going to find a knock. And Dots, I have
no way! No it dodges the Panzer too! The fast feed! And they are surrounding the final M249. That was such a good push by Dots.
So I was just about to say before Joshy popped off that what we've seen so far with Dots as far as team fights has been so consistent. And right there, I mean, they just ran them over. Joshy, what a snap to the gentleman that was on that box. Just super impressive stuff. That was sick.
Yeah. But here comes Empire. Here comes Sortitos. Sortitos, one of them got knocked by, I forget who it was in the kill feed. But Dots really need to manage their position now. They're in the warehouse. That's the important part. But Sortito's Empire, they can run around, but this will open them up to getting tagged by Luminosity or Bestia. So I'm not quite sure on who's in the better position here. Dots, unfortunately, though, they don't really have a lot of choice. They're kind of stuck into that position. Falcons are eliminated. We are one team away from hitting placement points.
Yep, and LG sits comfortably in that central compound. As we now see Dots as well as Sortito, Zwire all have to rotate in, and then you have this weird south edge play where you have Bestia, Empire, and Outlaws just all sitting in like either a single shack or a compound that is nowhere near in with open terrain to cross. I think at least for Outlaws, they do have somewhat of a downhill and cover to make it down to edge of circle, but I mean, this is an open bowl circle essentially.
He's at the ready. Yeah, that open bowl is just waiting to get tagged up. Well, they're able to spread out enough. Potentially. JK, never mind. Take that one back. But now Zwire, can they push? There is Alcadesia on the ridge overlooking them. So there's not enough cover for them to really eliminate potentially dangerous. They're getting the knocks, but I think potentially dangerous should be able to revive a number of those players. Zwire out on the edge, back in the fight down towards the south. It is blowing up between Dots and
yeah, this is a real bloody back and forth. It's just down to Bliss. When it comes to Dots, he wants to get all those points. 10 kills for Dots, and they will go down, but out of the placement points, a hell of a game. That's still solid in my book. There's nothing to be upset about. Maybe some of the positioning at the end, who knows, but yeah, very well done by Dots.
Double-digit points. That's
oh,
gotta be a
Empire's
good game
done.
there. They're out. Good damage by Bestia. Snaker's helping out as well. D within the knock on Fairvit from Zwire. They're still trying to find their way into the zone. Bizzler's looking with the Car 98. A lot of bolty this game in particular. I think that northern circle caused so many teams to rotate faster than they usually do. Having to deal with less selective gear, but Mine pushing through. Couldn't get that knock. He had it lined up but wasn't able to finish the shot.
Does he get the fadeaway with the nade, though? It doesn't look like it. He will be able to heal. So Bestia will go on a reset here. And where are they going to go? I mean, they need to move, and this is the issue. LG now on the rooftops with all the angles, just devastating the roster of Bestia here. Mime trying to find cover. They might be able to get this res, but they need to leave. And that nade about to land right next to... Oh, it was a Viddy. It was a blue zone. If that was an actual grenade, he probably would have went down, but he is now cooking in there, Cammy.
Yeah, and Bizzler's looking for more targets. Bestia are alive, but this is what we teased earlier. They don't have a lot of terrain to play with. At least they're not getting harassed from the warehouse anymore. But still, how do they move forward into Luminosity's territory? Luminosity have so much room to play around with. That might have been a shoulder shot by Bizzler, only dealing 89 damage. And there it is. The circle is going to continue to favor them. I don't even think there's a big risk of Luminosity getting overrun. They might be limited on kills because, like, Fire versus potentially Dangerous versus Alcadesia could be, you know, they could probably share most of those kills amongst each other before they even step into Luminosity's territory. But I'm going to call it now. Like, this is Luminosity's game to lose. I can't. Yeah. It would have to be a major throw for them to not take this chicken dinner.
The issue for the other teams is just no realistically good way for them to approach what LG is doing. They're on their roofs. They have just so many different sightline advantages, and yeah, there's just not much for the other teams to do unless they just happen to catch a knock or two. So
Calnix!
Meantime, yeah, Calnix will wipe out potentially Dangerous almost by himself. So Zwire continuing to climb in this game.
Yeah.
Alcadesia, though, starting to push on the north side.
Yeah, Zwire get eliminated immediately after, and that does give so much space for Alcadesia to push in like they are. Suddenly, there is no one on the north, and they have so much freedom to push down south now. Luminosity even extended out to try and take care of Bestia, but they had to pull their resources back, pull their forces back. Roth with grenade in hand, trying to nail it through that window, is able to make it, doesn't hit Snakers. But the pressure at Luminosity now is not going to be quite as easy of a finish as we suspected.
Yeah, that also from Roth was probably one of the cleanest nades I've seen today. I mean, Snakers kind of lucky that he just either ran out of the room or just happened to miss it. But Beautiful nade placement by Roth. As you said, it is pressure nonetheless, even if it does miss. And so they at least got LG off of the roof. That is the most important part.
Yeah.
Or
But
at
I
least
worry
one of
for
the
D.
roofs.
I worry for D getting taken out by NCLS. Spotted by Bizzler. But look at this lineup that he has. They are none the wiser that a solo player is behind this tree.
God, he wants to make that run so bad, but Bizzler won't even let him. A tap and maybe even a tick of the blue, but he will go down. And so now it's just left to our top three, Cammy. It's LG with Khadizia with 3, and then the solo still of Bestia. Mime just doing his best impression of living as long as he can. And he's okay for now, fortunately. He's in that circle, so not too much stress for him to move just yet, but I'm sure LG still have an idea of where he's at.
Yeah. As long as Vox turns around every 20 seconds or so, then it shouldn't be a problem stacking blue zones in the building, but there's still a safe pocket for Luminosity to survive in. Little angle outside of this door. Vox is holding. This is such a good setup by Luminosity, and all the utility that Alcadizia have thrown, they hasn't really found much at all. I'd be surprised if they had much more in terms of frags and blue zones. And so what they were hoping would be an opening into this compound, I think, is just going to have to be a wash. The smoke is the next best thing they have, and that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I agree, but you never know. Because we've seen so many times where teams have the superior position and something just goes wrong. Something just happens. A solo ruins something. Like, Mime actually was able to sneak out.
Yeah, that's big.
So, LG now currently also confined to their buildings, as you need to be. The ridges on the northwest side of this are very difficult to hold against if you are in the compound, so it's not surprising to see that Alcadizia has spread out amongst those ridge lines and are now looking for just a knock, just an opening, anything to get this party started for them. But yeah, phase 9 is about to be in play, so currently middle is closely and mostly controlled by LG.
You can't count Mime out. Like, Mime is most famous for being a playmaker to create openings for the rest of his team, whichever team might be on, to then like take over the fight, take over the game from that point. But even as a solo player, that factor still remains. He can catch players off guard so often with positioning. But well, spotted by Snakers. So it wasn't a high, I'm not saying it was a good point.
It was a good point. No, you're fine. It's just it was fine. Oh, heady. Little heady on Roth. That's going to catch him. And Snakers, can he get him through the bars? He can. I hate those damn bars.
Everyone does. Everyone does. But hey, now that Mime's gone, Luminosity can focus on the north. We have a repeat of the 4 versus 3. And now Snakers and Vox, they're even running out to the east. Going to look to find a crossfire with Gats and Bizzler anchoring inside the compound.
And this is the issue, is Mime was more or less acting like a deterrent there for Alcadizia as far as the defense against LG, but now that he's gone, LG is starting to spread out. They're looking for these off angles. And look how open D and Roth are from the angle coming in here from Snakers and Vox. So an easy spray should be a knock there, and he's not able to finish it. Oh, he is, so 2 go down here. It's just left to 1, and of course, LG is going to close that one out. What a game from them. 12 kill first place.
Yeah, it didn't even allow, who is it? I think Cowboy to go for the deny. I saw that frag grenade in hand in a 1 versus 4, fighting for a top position in the group stage. I suspected it was a self frag, but it doesn't matter. Didn't get away with it. 12 kills overall for Luminosity Gaming, putting themselves back up in the conversation for top 3, top 4, because it was a bit of a rough midsection of tonight's games for them.
Yeah,
but hey, they're back in top.
Yeah, and that's the really nice part about today so far is, yeah, sure, we saw Falcons doing well LG, but we got a little mix of everything. We still have 1 game left. Obviously, this is just the first day of group stages, but so far it's been looking quite competitive. So we are going to send it to the highlights, and then we'll come right back, and then after that, we'll send it to the final game of the day. Stay tuned.
Whew. It has been a bit difficult for Luminosity today. They've managed to pick up 2 wins now, but it's been a bit inconsistent in the other games. I mean, we can look across and see the fact that it has been a 12th, a 13th, and a 13th outside that, but they're still keeping themselves in a good position. That's great for Luminosity, but I gotta say, it also does feel like the whole lobby is heating up. We're seeing people get shot out of gliders, Joshy making crazy pushes into compounds with a guy that's got a Panzerfaust and an M249 at the same time, Tiggleton making some pop-off plays. Cam, is it the break over? Everybody ready to go again now?
This is... look at the leaderboard, and we're going to see it in a second. Okay, I'll hold that thought here. Luminosity, 22 points. They have been playing very, like, old-school E-United, where they will just
good call.
Send it to center and play for really, really big games off of good positioning, which is strange because the core of Luminosity, we know them as gas cans. It's just snakers coming in with the history of the E-United, the Oath. At one point was Luminosity, and then eventually Falcons that we know and love. But they seem to be really focused on just sending it towards center. And they have a couple of chicken dinners, so it's not a bad play. But to your point that you were saying earlier, it also makes it very inconsistent.
I guess it's a more consistent version of what's going on with the Gooners, Godspeed?
Yeah, Gooners. I mean, Gooners have been involved in a lot of like big fights. It's just some of them go their way and some of them don't. I mean, that's
Look,
the
I'm
best
not
way
gonna
to
ever
say
talk
it.
trash about people that want to go for early fights, man. I'm a guy that thrives off of it, and I love the fact that Gooners are playing that way.
No, of course not. But the issue is, though, again, and at least from my experience, I've always preferred, and I know a lot of other people preferred playing in a stacked lobby with good teams, because you kind of expect what other teams are going to do, right? Like there's a certain set play that top teams will do. It's less kind of random and unexpected surprising. When you have these lobbies or even last chance lobbies or final qualifiers, those can be more difficult than, again, the grand final lobbies or lobbies that are, you know every team, you know their tendencies. Like this it throws a wrench in that, and that's why these lobbies and sometimes these very good teams that have very good players and have experience tend to struggle, because there's a layer and element of unpredictability in there.
Yeah, and it's sometimes hard to navigate, right? Just because of the fact that if you have certain expectations, it's so hard whenever the expectation just gets instantly countered by somebody doing something completely out of the blue. That squad that is being that X factor, though, can sometimes capitalize on it, but sometimes not. And that's kind of the nature of the beast. If you've been paying attention, then you should have a pretty good idea on what's probably going to happen next too as well. As we are going to take a quick, probably about 1.5 minute break. We'll be back with the last game in just one moment.
Every time I close my eyes, every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
All right, one last Aaron Gell for we're going to be the halfway point for the group stages. Remember, it is going to be our top 8 teams at the end of these 3 days that go forward. Then we've got the last chance qualifiers. So there still is opportunities for everybody. but really it's about cementing in position, and really ending up in the top 4 puts you in a phenomenal spot moving into what's going to be the start of tomorrow or Sunday, depending on which group that you're going to be in, Cam.
Yeah, right. Because remember, like top 8 of today, like if you average that one out, that's you're still hoping you really want to be like, as you say, top 4, top 5 of the day in order to okay, that doesn't make any sense, but
feel safe. Is that what you're
it's top 8? It's
Okay.
top 8 of all 24, not top 8 of just this 16. So you really, as you say, top 4 I think is the best position to try and be in. And when you look at the top 3, top 4 that we have right now, it's the regulars. It's the regulars. We got Falcons. They were Sonics before. We got Alcadesia. It's a mix of ex-SSG and ex last year's Falcons. And they have Luminosity Gaming, which is Gaskins, and El Proyecto is Luna Galaxy. So again, as much as everything is changing, everything is still staying the same.
And I've got to say, somebody in chat was talking about Cadesia, and they called him a quesadilla. And now I have a new thing stuck in my head, so I'm just forewarning you guys. If I say quesadilla, it's not my fault. It's chat's fault.
Damn it, I said it on broadcast. I feel like that's exactly what's going to happen with Matt. But yeah, it is finally time to get this 6th and final game out of the way. The first day here back in regional play, PUBG 2025. It's real. It's here. It's us. Matt, thank you so much for desking for us, brother. And hosting and being handsome.
I'm putting in all the work right now. Hey, I'll take handsome.
You really will. Okay, it's finally time to just get this last game out of the way. And realistically speaking, like to that question that Matt asked you, like who is actually going to make that push and put themselves in the best position for tomorrow? Because it's a confidence builder as well, especially if you're one of the teams that are on the bottom. It's huge if you have a big game and you go into the next day much closer to the top 8 than you were yesterday.
I'm looking at Spire. Because I think they might have fallen one position because Luminosity overtook so many teams with the good points they got from the previous round. But considering that they only got 1 point in the first 2 rounds of both Miramars combined, they're in 5th place right now. I think they are playing really, really well, picking up a lot of kills, playing around on the edge. But this circle, it's better than a melee circle, but not by much. This plane path, very low to the south, even more water in play this time around. Alcadesia are going to be feeling super happy with this, as are Working in Silence, another team that I think has shown some good signs of being able to like really play into that top 4 position.
Yeah, and looking at this circle, especially for a team like Working in Silence, if I'm not mistaken, they're actually right there off to the west of Milta, so they are going to be in a strong position off the start, at least off the rip, to maybe take something valuable and put themselves in that spot where they can actually either make it to the end game or just farm as many kills as possible if they are to get pushed or cracked by another team. But so far, looking good for them. Meanwhile, Certito will be in a fight with Forever very early into the first few minutes of the game.
I mean, I guess they don't want to go north, I believe. I think Forever, I think they landed shooting range last game. So this was a very south plane path, but still so odd to fight over what I would consider a non-priority compound, even, considering the circle. Even if the circle were onto this position, but a nice initial knock by Pana, pulling out some really good moments, and now with the AUG doing the same once again.
Yeah, this is definitely, back in the day at least, considered one of the god compounds, right? You have multiple pryos, you have the garage building, so good for loot, but odd that there is a fight, especially, given this early, given where we saw Foreverland last time, that there is still a fight here at this said god compound. So we'll see how this one plays out. Looks like Forever right now putting their foot on the gas with the advantage. And Forever with an iron-sided AK, that is, at least it's got 2 Helm and Vest, though. He's got that working for him.
And
I love the AK.
Old school reference. McCoy won the very first ever PGL in 2018 when he was playing for Ghost with an iron-sighted AK. Didn't pick up a sight that entire game because he felt so confident with that. So there is a legacy, there is a narrative, there is history behind an iron-sighted AK, and I think it gives more power than it rightfully deserves from that alone. So don't knock it.
I'm not knocking it. I love the AK. I just can't stand those iron sights.
You just gotta trust. You gotta trust and believe. But hey, what's better than that? A shotty in a compound. Swing and shoot. Left click, baby. Alley holds.
No way. But a second shotgun will do the trick. So here's your reward for a nice defense there on the stairs. And I like the way he played it, sitting up on the stairs close, making sure that if there is a shotgun, he essentially barrel stuffs them. But now nades are coming in. Sortito with 2 members left. It's going to be Varus. I love the instant jump. And he stops the res. This is huge if you can get the knock.
Yeah, he was spotted by another Forever teammate across the way through the window, so very unlucky with that sight, but such a good way, as you say, to stop the res, use the sound of the explosion to break through the glass with less chance of getting noticed. But now Panda is playing outside on the wall. Varus goes down. This is a tricky fight, but Forever seem to be holding on.
I love the way they're angling this, though. They're not overcommitting. They're cutting off angles. They made sure that the person who was knocked, which was Slump, was safe in the building. They spread out. That was just, again, very well executed by Forever. Even though the Sortito also tried to make something happen there, that was beautiful. Beautifully done by Forever.
Yeah, Forever, I mean, a relatively new team to the scene. You've probably seen them in scrims a fair bit last year. But coming in from the North American qualifiers into PAS 5, really good play by them. And they are showing that they might not have the same level of expectations and pedigree of like Falcons, etc., but they are not foldovers.
No, at least so far they aren't. So we'll see how they continue to maintain their position in the lobby, at least when it comes to team fights. So far, so good. As Melta and the surrounding area, Lumbermill has been completely overrun by multiple teams that is working in silence, Bestia, Dots. And why don't you add 55 potentially to that mix as they're coming in from the north side there where Prison is, but they're probably going to hold, at least for now. That compound, very strong that they're currently holding in, so not too much movement from them, but they should be able to also cut off some rotations if teams get a little too close. LG currently rotating in that direction towards Prison.
D holding the spot out. I mean, multi-power teams, they love multi-power circles, and they usually take similar spreads to what we see Alcadesia have right now. And they're not getting pushed just yet. Instead, Fireflies, they're now rotating through west of Prison. And working in silence, they're in a bit more of a tricky, rattier spot. Another spread of their own east of Milta. And they're hiding under the shadow of Alcadesia.
And looking at the multi-powered teams, as you stated, yeah, we see the normal splits here. Alcadesia taking mini power. It's generally one of the strongest areas, especially if you start multi-power, as well as the surrounding compounds and some of the 2 stories in that area as well. But even looking at Dots have already taken an aggressive split at those old phase yellows and the ones across the street at that crossroads as well. So Milta proper, as far as Milta power, Big Power is actually completely empty. No teams have opted to take any position in that. That might change with the circle, because we didn't even mention how much water. Look at how much water is in the circle, Cammy.
Hold that thought. We'll get onto that in a second, especially if Phase 2 continues to pull the shenanigans at Phase 1 are. But right now, Gooners are setting a bridge camp. They let the first one pass. At least for a moment, there it is. They're going to strike on the second. They take Gump down, swing around, find Curry. Good covering fire, though. Curry and, I mean, I think maybe even Nick on the high ground far to the south. So this bridge camp isn't completely unexpected. And look, they are trading it back in time.
Outlaws have found a nice off angle here to cut off that bridge. What were we saying about bridge camps earlier on our angle? Do you remember?
we're
much more prominent on this map than
because of
almost
these
any other
catwalks.
map.
Yeah, exactly.
So they should be able to get Greg up, and it looks like he will.
The revive, but Nick has full sent it down onto the low ground. I think that Molly is going to hit, but it is closing the area that Outlaws really have to play with. Unfortunately, Gump won't be able to get revive, but they could potentially eliminate the entirety of Gooners, but of course, Bunt is here. Sends it into Tracy, takes Curry down. So now the advantage is pretty sizably on the side of Gooner. Spots Nick out in the open. That's not a good sign.
Nope. Not a good sign at all. Yeah, Nick is just going to try to get in that vehicle and get the hell out of there, but he's still going to have to wait. Prone with the M24. And a headshot lands, but yeah, he should be able to get out of there. 2 members left of the Outlaws, and they're going to have to play back.
Yeah, that vehicle is busted up because of that M249, so unfortunately they got to fit into one single Dacia.
I mean, they can just take a boat, right?
Yeah. That one single Dacia is not even going to last into the Milton Peninsula. They're going to have to go into a boat from Nova. I don't think they're going to be using the ferry. That might be a bit too much, but
no,
it's a regular
ferry
boat rotation. Should be fine.
The only issue with the boat is, you know, yes, again, you just don't have a vehicle when you land on the beach. Like, sure, you get in the circle, you get in a good position, but working on foot as a duo in that terrain isn't always the best. But we'll see. There's obviously chances. It just depends on the shift. That's money.
Exactly.
Yep.
They
take the boat. They get the hell out of there.
Yeah. I was gonna say they are hoping for a ridiculous shift like this, and I think everyone. I think if you listen closely, you can hear across the entirety of the Western Hemisphere groans from all of our players seeing a shift like this, because this is now even more water than Phase 1 had, percentage-wise. This is ridiculous. Alcadesia are rotating down. Dots are collecting down together. Everyone else is trying to race each other to get into the zone. This isn't even a shift that you can, like, rotate around each other and make estimated decisions. There is one angle to get into the landmass that is still in Phase 2, and so you just got to book it and hope for the best.
Yeah. And that angle is usually in this circle through other squads, so there's not going to be much avoiding these fights, especially on that coastal side on the north side where we're currently seeing Empire set up. That's a great setup early, because even if it does shift away, they have terrain and they have room to work with Milton Power itself. So as we can see now, El Proyecto is going to be taking shots. Kraken not able to find the knock, but they are going straight into the open arms of Empire. As here we go, straight into the crash. Shots being fired. Finna is calling it, and they are going to park right on the other side, which means Empire now has to focus everything onto this team.
Haven sending it down into large power. I don't know if that's a scouting maneuver or something or other, but like grenades by Finna.
I like the scout, the opportunity.
Yeah. Look at how disgusting this circle is. Oh, this is awful.
I mean, even for a team like Outlaws, if you look at the map, they landed on the beach. I know they would have wanted to go basically where working in silences, but yeah, both sides taken, so yeah, they're kind of scuffed. And look at Goons. Sure, they won the bridge camp. They are last. They're going to be probably dead last into this circle.
Yeah, if any. In fact, did they even chase Outlaws into Nova? Why are they all the way down there?
Potentially looking for a boat themselves. I'm not sure.
Could be doing that too. But Adam now, Empire, they have a wide spread. They're still facing off against El Proyecto. Good damage by Haven though. Keeps Adam a little more honest. The angle of that little cement pillar that Adam is playing behind can make keeping cover very difficult.
Yeah, but the problem for Haven now is they have his position. He's been marked, and so you can see, people pouring over onto his north side as well. They will find that kill, so El Proyecto now with only 3 members up. Gizera, Kraken, and Posa, who have opted to... Where are they, actually?
They're in large power somewhere. I think they're trying to get
so
as
they
deep as possible.
all sent it. So
honestly,
teams, I can't even read the names. They're all clumped on top of each other there in power.
Yeah, honestly, losing one player to find a position towards the center of the circle in a circle like this, I will take it. I will take it. You know it's going to pull away from the water at some point towards the west. But there really isn't all that much outside of the 2 power positions. That's where Luminosity, they're not even going into the circle. They're just going to say, let's take some fights and get some kills. And as we've mentioned before, Luminosity, they love sending it towards center. At least they have so far today. And they won't even do that here. That's how ridiculous of a circle this is.
Yeah, it's just too big of a risk. I mean, they know there's like 5-6 teams in front of them, especially on this rotation. That peninsula there that turns into Milton Power becomes such a stranglehold for these teams trying to rotate in late. And this is unbelievable. Look at this circle. It shifts, and there's even more water in. This is gross. This is one of the most disgusting circles we have seen in even. I'm trying to think back all of last year. This one's pretty bad.
Yeah,
this one's pretty
really
awful.
bad. It's gonna end in large power. Potentially, Dangers are in the best spot right now. They are loving this. Everyone else, like deathmatch at this point, I think. I don't know if there's any real strategy. It's all about communication with your teammates.
Just
trying
survive.
to shoot. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just trying to survive. Fireflies, they are sending it in, trying to find somewhere to land. But this kill feed is lighting up. So many teams involved. I can't even keep track of everything.
I mean, it's just holding your quadrant, praying that your teammates and you are strong enough to do so against the invading horde that is all these teams trying to rotate in late. So far, so good here for Potentially Dangerous, as they've only lost one, and you take those trades all day. A 1 for 4 is in the business. We take those, but even still, the good news about Potentially Dangerous is they have somewhat of a room to breed, whereas the north side of Milta Power completely under contention, but now Zvire is going to be right underneath the pull-up there of Potentially Dangerous. It's going to be non-stop, Cammy.
Yeah, Bizzler takes Finna down. That's closer towards the north. It's going to be non-stop fighting, as you just said. Grenade out by Slabby. Already done so much work for Potentially Dangerous, and it's actually going to be Gabrio's grenade that finds Rybo. So this Zvire push is going to get stalled. Zvire, I think they probably should have wanted to push into the actual warehouse itself. I think they're kind of stalled out, halfway in between, halfway out. Now they don't have a lot of room to play around with. Granted, it's so much easier said than done. I'm sitting comfortably behind a computer monitor in front of a microphone, not having to play through all of this, because quick decision making in a circle like this, like there's no right answer. So good luck making the right one.
Yeah, and I think them taking the time, they are starting to push now because they want to get rid of Zvire as quickly as possible. They had a little of extra time, I think, to afford to recover, and then immediately started to put the screws on Zvire. So once they take care of that, they have complete control of the south of Milta Power, which is a big boon for them. So we'll see if they can capitalize. Nade will go out, Favavera goes down. Meanwhile, 55 falling here over to Alcadizia. It looks... No, not 55. The colors. Falcons.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So much green. But Kalinix finds one. Gabriel goes down. Gets confirmed. So the wounding, the damage on Potentially Dangerous is starting to get a bit too much. Stun comes out. Kalinix is blind, but another grenade stalls its out. Molly down. Kalinix is going to push through it.
Oh, ring around the Rosie. He doesn't see him. So Kalinix today has been a monster, Cammy. Like an actual monster, and just one member now left of Potentially Dangerous. Meanwhile, back to the Falcons. They're going to be fighting multiple teams and rotations. They're actually going to find a couple members here of Forever, so looking for the last one. Tig. He'll make it behind the telephone pole.
Two teams angled on your position. Forever are glad to be out with even one player from that rotation. Only one kill for Falcons, one for Alcadizia, but they've survived. This is not one that you're going to complain about, a low kill count at this point in the game.
No, not at all. Especially when they started here, right? Did they not? I think around Power, so.
Alcadizia did, yeah.
Yeah, so they've been here for a while. Not surprising that they don't have many kills, especially given the circle. Falcons also, again, one kill, have only been able to get so much as came early enough to avoid all the other rotations, just not able to capitalize on the points. 55 now this time for real, I promise. And green is going to be pushing El Proyecto.
Good blue zones. Gonna make it really difficult for El Proyecto to survive at all. They're forced to jump out, but that's not getting capitalized on.
Oh, Posa had time. I don't know. Posa might have had time to just get on the other side of the vehicle and survive. Now it's just down to 2 members, but fortunately for them, it looks like 55 is still recovering from that fight. You can see now Trisk is just looking for an aggressive angle in the middle of the road, though. I don't think that's it. There was a ridgeline for him to use, and that's another member down for 55.
I think the pressure got to 55 because with the double blue zone grenades, they were in a position to eliminate El Proyecto. Maybe Empire started to apply pressure and stop the push from 55, but now it's all down to Fake Uwu. El Proyecto, they're still sitting safe inside this tower. Bestia now pushing up the coastline into working in silence. Grenades at the ready by Bestia.
Okay, the back duo working solid, so need to work big to make sure they're covering their forward points. And beautiful stuff from Solds and RBN. And now just Silzin. Draft King though with the Mark 12 in the distance will find the knock trade, but again, just down to Silzin.
Rolling up with the UAZ, only option they have to try and defend and take something. Luminosity are not that far behind. They came all the way in from the north. They see this bloodbath in front of them, and they should be salivating at the potential kills here. Bestia have been full confirmed by working in silence, but Soul's going to be sticking the... Couldn't even stick the revive.
He was still just a little bit in the blue. I thought he needed to move a little more. Now here comes LG, another team for working in silence to try to hold against. It is just beach warfare here.
How did LG lose a player in the back? One of their vehicles had to stop and get the revive, and that meant that it was only 2 people pushing up to working in silence. They're getting so many kills here on this coast.
It's just essentially a duo right now at this point. And another shift. There's still water in the circle, bro. There's no way. This is insane.
Yeah, I don't know what to say here. Working in silence, I don't know what they saw in their crystal ball to know that they would be successful from this position this far into the game. But here comes Falcons pulling away from Alcadesia into Luminosity. All onto Snakers, and he's able to get one. Able to take H-Win down, playing in the smoke, but his health is dangerously low. Does get taken out by his own frag grenade. I don't know if that was intentional.
I think he got knocked and it dropped. Fairly certain that was the case. I think he got naded and then he had the nade. Either way, that's going to be tough one for LG, but they're still in 3rd place for the day. I think they will be just fine, as now Falcons need to figure out if they're just fine and how they're going to come out of this situation. 2 members knocked. Looks like Quinn is not in the best position to get res. They are trying to throw smokes, though, and recover. I do like this. I mean, if you're going to go for a play, you might as well go with as many people as possible, especially because there's no risk of detail coming into their laps when it comes to reses. But Santastico says, I don't care, and he's just going to knock Shrimsy through the smoke anyway.
Start trying to survive. At least Shrimsy got that smoke grenade drop, but Tickleton's on the revive for H-Win. So Falcons can still stay up as 4, but can they get out of this position? It is too easy. It is too comfortable for working in silence. We pull away back towards the north where 55 were just eliminated. More blue zones into El Proyecto's tower, and Empire seem to be in a better position to capitalize on the flushing out of that tower that they're doing.
So again, Empire with an opportunity here to sweep up and clean up the circle. They've been somewhat quiet. I mean, 3 kills, but they've just made sure that the north is clean. Once they do that, then they can really start to take control of Melted Power, or at least what's left of it in circle, and start pushing their way south.
Been holding out the back line. Damage on the Michael, down to 5 HP, still alive somehow by the skin of his teeth. And El Proyecto are still surviving as well. A nice peek into Adam. Gizera is going to take him down. El Proyecto are not going down without a fight. They are making it so difficult for anyone but Gizera.
He's just
he would rather confirm the kill than run out into the open because of how open this whole thing is.
Now it's just down to Kraken. That nade looks good. It is good. It's money. Michael will find it, and P will take down the rest. El Proyecto and only lose 1 in the process.
They're in the zone. They were actually able to pull away from working in silence. I don't know how, but they are inside the next zone with all 4 up, and they are dealing damage to Alcadesia, who are coming in a little later than them. They have an even worse ridgeline to play around. Circle.
Yeah, they're
the north
spot.
Just
and finally the water is mostly cut out. But even still, Cam, we got a little sliver left, working in silence on that southeastern edge.
Yeah,
and
you can still feel that ocean breeze.
Yeah, the weather's nice, but it's not too cold. As they are just trained in on Falcons. Absolutely trained in on Falcons. And the thing that's working for Falcons currently is this little ridge that's actually keeping them covered from working in silence, but they have to move. And you can even see working in silence starting to spread. I like this proactivity from them.
Dots, they are now expanding out. They were quiet for the last couple of minutes, but they have all 4 up, or at least they did, before Michael dropped a grenade at the feet of Joshi. So many more blue zone grenades still being thrown out, but Dots are pulling back. Bliss, I don't know if he's trying to find a different separate angle, or maybe they're just unsure of the solo stragglers of Goon and Spire. But Shane's finding a double. We're finding 1, confirming Michael. Keeping the advantage on the side of Dots.
And Dots shooting themselves currently up to 9th place, right? Quiet beginnings, but in the last couple games, especially with Joshi in that last game, they're really starting to come to life, and it just shows you how important momentum and confidence can be. If you are having some games that are rough, you start off slow, You wipe, you mentally reset, you come back, and I mean, look at the turnaround these boys are having right now. Falcons, again, still in trouble, though. It's just Tig and Kick left.
Yeah. Good push by Academia. I mean, they're wounded themselves, but I think they're taking advantage of the distraction that Dots have given Empire. Kickstart still holding the angle, but here comes Working in Silence. You said it, they were spreading out. They're continuing to take control of the zone. Bliss, 2 HP, finds the headshot spray onto Valiant, even through the barrier. He's able to get that kill. Absolutely insane play by Dots. They're still in this. But there are still 6 teams alive. I don't know how.
Yeah, the fact we've had a few games here where these circles have been so small, and the amount of teams, even though it might be a solo or duo, is pretty crazy. So we'll see now here if Falcons can once again try to just. How are they still alive? It's crazy to me. The Falcons have managed to survive this long. Working in Silence now 7 kills, wrapping the southern edge, just to get rid of the Falcons once and for all.
Falcons have some uncanny way of staying alive. Like, you look away from them and you think they're gonna, you know, maybe not die, but at least be wounded. But then it's like, oh wait, back to 4 again? How? Here comes the push. Dots find the last player. It was a fire! Cal Nix has pulled out some amazing plays, but this time around, Dots were a bit too much. But they're still icy on to the north, and Alcadesia. They've made their way up to that ridge, that border. They are now looking to take control of the exit of mid-power as we watch Falcons get completely decimated and destroyed. Goodness. Working in Silence still have grenades. I don't know how, but Falcons get eliminated.
I mean, it must be from the bodies that they picked up off the beach, right? There's 2 full teams for them to loot, so not surprising they were able to find some utility here as Academia finally pushing in, finally with an opportunity. Bliss is going to go down. Dot's been holding their ground as long as they possibly can, but really now it just comes down to Alcadesia making sure they clean this up properly and doing it together.
Pushing in. I mean, with the players on this squad, you know that they are going to be aggressive pushers. They're going to try and catch Dots off guard. And this swing by Rello finds one, spotted a couple of other members. Icy Flex is going to be the wild card. I don't know if Alcadesia are going to be aware of that lone solo player, but right now they are grabbing so many points. They eliminate Dots. They don't give them a chance to respond.
As they should not. And so it looks like Alcadesia with an opportunity here to take this dub. Currently with 4 kills, they're going against Working in Silence 3-on-3. Working in Silence has 12 kills currently, and then you still have 1 member of Goon, Icy Flex, surviving on the east side of this circle in Milton Power. It's crazy to me, but he played well. I mean, he's mainly just kept himself hidden as a solo, and that can be very easy to do in Milton Power with this much chaos, so props to him.
Yeah, really drawing this experience out. Hopefully he can come up with an explosive finish to end things out, but a solo player, it's going to be asking a lot. Has the advantage of Alcadesia and potentially even Working in Silence, not aware of his position, but they know the numbers of players alive. There's going to be the inkling in the back of their mind, both of these 2 3-man squads, that there's going to be a random solo somewhere.
Question is who strikes first? Because I see if Solds is the one that's going to pour over and get a knock, that's all great and good, but he doesn't have much cover, so it's really going to come down to Santastico and Biel to make sure that if he is spotted, he has some form of backup. But again, Alcadesia also playing this slow, playing this quiet as they should.
Waiting for
Circle's going to post. Yep, and that's when they're going to start to look for moves.
This is a pretty aggressive Southern shift as far as Phase 8 shifts go. There's a limit to how far they can shift, and this is probably the most that Working in Silence could have asked for here, but they're still going to be dealing against the high ground advantage that Alcadesia are going to have. But look at Icy Flex. He's looking that direction. Sure. But Icy Flex strikes, finds the first. This is going to be the upset that Working in Silence want. And Icy Flex, he is gone. He is not sticking around at the scene of the crime.
Like a bandit in the night, he just gets one and gets out, and now he's going to find maybe some boxes to loot here. I don't know what he still needs. Smokes. I mean, he has 3, so utility is going to be helpful here. See how many more he can get as he's slowly starting to inch towards the north side. A blue zone grenade as well. But again, Working in Silence as well realizes this. They know that it is a 3v2v1.
Question
is, oh no! D!
The kill happened. We heard the buggy drive away. D completely caught with his pants down. That really shouldn't have happened, and now it's all up to Rello. 1 versus 1, and Iceflex does it! He confirmed second place, but can he go further? 1 versus 3 against Working in Silence. Can he do this?
Impressive. Nonetheless, nope, they're going to find him, and Iceflex goes down, but single-handedly dismantling Alcadesia and getting himself second place with 3 extra kills. Working in Silence, though, what a game from them. Look at this kill count. Santasco 5, BL with 4, Souls with 3, RBN got his. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, that coastline position, very rarely does it really come out on top, but the nature of these circles, I don't know. I just feel bad for Alcadesia. This is what, 3 times now that they've been denied a chance at the, well, they had a chance at the win, but it was denied at the very end. So, I mean, good day for them so far, but not a single chicken dinner. That does kind of hurt.
Well, it's also annoying to get backstabbed by a rat, right? Like you lose one and then you end up just going down that road of 1v1s and then it doesn't feel good. But overall, Cadesia played great. Obviously, that roster is very strong. Just happy here for Working in Silence playing as well as they did. And then Falcons, I still don't understand how they survived as long as they did, but kudos to them. Also Empire with some good early positions. Overall, this was a great game. So we're just going to toss it to the highlights real quick. And then once we do that, we're going to come back and we're going to have an interview with you with Matrim and us and our special guests. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but just absolute cinema, right? That was just a ridiculous ending to that game. I mean, circle shift into circle shift into circle shift. I know the season of Invincible is done, but that was like one of the biggest bloodbaths I have seen in a while, Godspeed.
Yeah, it is. The last game, that circle in general is just gross. I mean, we've had Milton Power Circle, or just circles in general, where there's a lot of water.
I don't like that word.
Shifted
I thought it
on
was great.
3 times. Yeah, it's great to watch, but for the players, it's like some circles are brutal, man.
So, Cam, there towards the end, Iceflex made an awesome play to where he picked off one of the members for QAD, then stepped back, hopped in the vehicle, ran back over where some crates are, threw out a whole bunch of smokes, and used him as a distraction to then backflank around. That was just such a heady set of plays. Like, what do you think that because you were talking about what was going on with QAD and how they should have been able to expect some of that. What do you think that was going on in their minds whenever they were going for that focus?
Well, there was so much chaos happening in the end game as well. They know that when you get backstabbed like that, you can't just focus all of your resources on the one solo, because that's going to give Working in Silence the opportunity to push up and remove the high ground advantage that QAD had. So I don't, I understand why, but still, D getting caught out in the open like that, a bit unfortunate, unlucky.
At the top, ending the day, it's Alcadesia. So that's going to be 65 points coming up for them. Then Falcon's going to be back behind them at 63. Luminosity Gaming at 51, Working in Silence after a massive game in that last one. Walking away with, I believe, 13 kills, really pushing them up the leaderboard into 4th. Then El Proyecto going to be back behind that at 49. Zvire, Bestia, and Dots off of a stellar performance with Joshi tied up with Potentially Dangerous pretty much make up our top 8. And it has been an absolutely wild start to everything so far today, Cam.
Yeah. But again, the favorites, old favorites, new favorites, current favorites, it's honestly quite expected for the delivery. It's really fun seeing how these new teams, these new configurations of these classic favorites, heavy hitters are playing out, the styles that are developing, and good for working in silence to hit the top 4 off of that really good previous last game, the Erangel. Can they maintain it on their second day of play? That's the real big question.
I feel like our region and many regions just in general at this point are just like it's like Legos. Like which pieces fit best together? Let's try something new. And then eventually they, either land on something that works or you rebuild. So
and
it's fun
to
to
change
watch.
Their names 5,000 times,
and
that way we have like Goon, that's Greg, or D, or any of these other things, just to mess with this. So it is kind of true that there are only certain variables that can kind of be shifted around, but we are getting some new blood. I mean, it's kind of weird to still even consider Cowboy new blood, but he kind of is. He's been playing for a couple of years now, but is just now starting to find himself in some of the higher teams. And there is a lot to look at whenever we look at the overall for this one. We can talk a lot about what's going on with Cadecia or what's going on with D and the names and the roster swaps. But let's be honest, there's a person that we could really ask, and I don't know why I'm trying to set this up like nobody has any idea who's going to be coming, because you already know we got ourselves an interview with QAD Roth. So we are going to be getting that set up and shift over in just 1 second, and he's going to be breaking down a ton of the information for us. Yo, my man, what is going on today?
What's up, fellas?
Feeling
Good
good?
to see you. Yeah, feeling good. Can't complain.
Can't complain. I mean, you're at the top of the board. Can't say too much. I just got to ask. Okay. Those set of circles in game number 6. How do you navigate that shot calling wise with your team and everything else like that? I know that Rello was doing a ton of that, but like, how do you as a team approach that? And what's the mindset of what you're trying to accomplish?
I mean, I think the beautiful part about our team right now is that we do have 2 really experienced IGLs that work really well off each other. Being able to, we usually loot shelter prison, but there's some shenanigans in our lobby. Teams landing 4 in prison at times. We don't want to hot drop eight people at the same time. So we went home for Rello, and we get one of those circles, and I let Rello call that. I'm gonna be honest. If I see something that I know Rello knows, there's no reason for me to do anything other than trust everything out of his mouth. So.
Well, that kind of leads into the follow-up that I was wanting to go with, because you guys now have Cowboy and D in there. Naturally, you and Rello have a bit more synergy given the fact that you've been playing together for a little bit longer, but they're also a squad that's had some synergies in the past, or a section of a squad that's had some synergies in the past. So what's like the dynamic and the pairings and how you guys are working together?
I would say this is probably, for me, and this is no disrespect to anyone in the past, one of my favorite teams, if not the best team I've ever played on. The way we communicate in and out of game, it's very comfortable. I enjoy the company of this team, every single one of them. And just being able to be in game together and be on the same wavelength. We're super aggressive. We want to be aggressive. We want to take advantage of every single team in the game when we can. And we want to make our lines easier. Even if that means camp and rotates instead of taking some immediate prio, even if it means doing unpredictable stuff here and there, just to make our immediate game easier and the future of the game as well.
I mean, an aggressive team with Roth on it? That's I've never heard that. So Alcadecia has a lot of upswing that could be going. Cam, what you got for me?
Yeah, so Roth, listen. I remember first meeting you all the way back in 2019 with Zenith, and you have bounced around a number of different teams, some more successful than others. But I wanted to ask, at this point in your career on a team that does look really, 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 really strong. Love the aggressive play coming up from you guys as well. I mean, is there anything that you can really point to of having learned over your history with different teammates, different players, IGLing so many different rosters, that you think is going to be like a really big strength for your squad now going forward into 2025?
I think for me, aside from speaking a part of the team, like from an individual perspective, in 2019, I wasn't the man, leader, or person that I am today. I think it's very easy for me to be able to understand how to help and guide in the ways that I need to for younger players with less experience, but also how to handle the emotions of the game, excluding, how loud I get in game at times. I know everyone wants to joke about that, but it is what it is. I mean, I think from a personal standpoint, I've had a lot of people around me that have helped me grow. My wife, my dad, Rello. I'm very grateful to be on a team with that guy. I can learn a lot from someone who leads in a different way. I'm more of a straightforward person, and he's more of a quiet, I'm going to lead by example kind of guy. And, it's awesome to be able to learn from. But no, I mean, I think it's at the end of the day, it's been a long journey, but everything happens for a reason, and I'm grateful to be right where I'm at.
Awesome. Well, look, Rello, I met you in 2019, even though Cameron stole my freaking question. I'll pivot my question then, because it was similar in the sense that you have been on so many different teams, and, your approach, I'm sure, has been different for all of those teams. But my question for you will kind of pivot more towards like just you, right? Being someone who has been on so many different teams, so many very strong rosters, finding various levels of success. What still motivates you to still compete at this level and compete with the guys that you are now on this new team? Because you've been doing this for a long time, brother, and you've been very successful. So I know it's different for every person. What's been the motivating factor for you when it comes to PUBG Esports?
I mean, there's a lot of different things. I didn't have I would say the easiest childhood, but I grew up loving sports, and my dad was big on instilling me how to throw a football or hit a baseball. And so I grew up competing, and then that kind of fell off when I went through some rough times with my family. Started working out of high school, and I fell in love with this game. And I ran into a couple jobs where I just hated the people I worked for, and I don't want to go back to that. I think for me, I love what I do. I found the love of my life through what I do. Everything that I have that I love, excluding my family, is from this game. And I'm grateful for what it's given me, and I only want to give back to that. And when I talk about immediate motivation, I remember going to PGIS. I mean, we weren't living in the best scenario. I brought my wife because I had to, girlfriend at the time. And I remember showing up and everyone picking us to be 32nd. And I remember that feeling. And I remember looking to her and say, we're going to do better than what they're telling me. I guarantee it. I almost cursed. I'm trying not to. And that team wasn't, Kick and I have come a long way as people and friends. I think we're a lot better off now than we were then, but that team wasn't the best personality fit. But damn, man, once we knew we needed to do it, we did it. And watching Sonics hold that trophy in front of me is what drives me every day. And before I retire, I will hold that trophy. And there's nothing more that I want than to do it with Rello and the two guys that I got on my side, and our coach, JR, and our manager Nomo. We got a really good group, and I'm really grateful for Alcacia to be able to give us the opportunity to get a salary, because it helps, allow us to continue to do this.
Of course.
I gotta say, man, I love you. I love the fact that you're always so open and honest in these interviews, man. Again, thank you so much. So you said the team name. We've been failing. So
hey, don't take my word for it. I listen, I'm gonna be honest, I'm doing my best too. So
you have no idea. So I reached out to everybody on the squad this morning, and I was like, okay, give me the best way to do this. I'm talking like, it's hilarious because I believe it was Rello, or was it you? One of the two of you actually recorded a section of the conversation and was like, sent it over to me and was like, this is how you say it. And I feel like I've been mushing it. But Alcacia? Yes,
I think so, bro. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think you're on the right track. I'm the bad one to judge. I'm still trying to learn myself. I don't want to be disrespectful to the org either. I think it's Alcacia. I'm not really sure.
Katsuya?
I feel like I said Katsu, and I wasn't trying to say Katsu. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, but I'm trying real hard to learn, and
we'll figure it out.
We're gonna have work on this together. So,
this is a team effort. This is a team effort. So if you get a better way to say it and how I'm butchering it, just send it over to me. Apparently Tig has also kind of called us out. So Tig, send it over to me as well. We want to do the best. I just want to say again, Roth, floor is yours before we go. Anybody want to give a shout out to, any love to? It's all you.
Not just you guys. Thank you. I've come a long way with you guys. I'm grateful to be able to have the relationship we have. I'm grateful for my teammates. Like I told them before the day started, they make my job easy, and it's the first time I can really mean that. My family, my wife, and the org. Very grateful to be able to do what I do. Hopefully to continue to attempt to do it at a high level, and you'll get my best every day. And I appreciate you guys for giving your best, because it makes it enjoyable to watch.
Thank you. Just absolutely love you, my man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. So you go hang out with your team, chit chat. I know you got a lot of cheering and fun that you guys got to do, because you guys have had a hell of a first day. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, Cam, Godspeed. We have had a phenomenal start. Game 6 shenanigans and all. rough takeaways from what we're looking at today, Cam.
Rough takeaways?
Rough.
Really should have expected this. I knew I should have expected this. I thought
Do you want me to
Tom was
ask a
on the
more
desk,
specific
so-
question? I didn't even throw either one of you under the
No,
bus
okay,
and
no,
had
no,
you
you-
get rated
no,
by how to say it.
Right, so no, the big takeaways is that while the top dogs are still the top dogs are going to be top dogging. They're going to keep doing that. I honestly don't know what's going to take in Americas right now for the top dogs to stop doing that. But the middle section, that is where my interest is being drawn. The Latin American teams, that's where my interest is being drawn. El Proyecto, ex Luna Galaxy, for the most part, we expected them to do well, but working in silence, big level up. Zvire, really big level up, potentially dangerous, potentially is in the name, and they're following through with that really well. So I don't know. We know like the top 4 or 5 teams that are going to qualify to grand finals from the group stage. I don't know if I could reasonably call the latter half of those top 8, and that's not even talking about what we're going to see in last chance for the final 8.
All right, Godspeed, what you got?
Yep, for me, same. I mean, the Latin American teams obviously started off on the right foot. We'll see if they can keep that consistency. And then as far as the teams that we already know are very good, our top teams seem to be also hitting their stride. So it's really, for me, about the Latin American teams that did well today to continue that pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, Latin America comes out strong. Falcons to be the expectations that we were doing. Love to see what we've got going on with QAD and the way that they're all synergizing. I mean, I'll even say it. Gunners, I love you. I know the points aren't there, but you guys are just making me happy. Sure, Panzerfaust, one guy, last one's going to be left up behind UAZ and inside smoke. I love it. I feel it. Live off that energy. But we have a ton of action going through this weekend. We will be back tomorrow. Also, don't forget about the fact that we've got EU going on right before us. So a ton of action you guys can stay tuned in for. I'm going to go ahead, let these guys get some rest because they have been working their butts off all day. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. And until then, continue playing and enjoy some PUBG.
Every time I close my eyes.